can open it up, Daryl. Welcome back, everybody. If there was an option to do this life over, would you do it?
Zaza? Is that a good answer? Zaza.
I don't think that's an answer. I think that was just noises.
With everything you know in this world and everything you haven't seen and everything you haven't done and the people you still haven't met.
I'm getting a bunch of no's.
Really?
And Uncle Chrome said, oof.
Oof. You know what's messed up?
Oof.
You know what's really messed up? What if an architect of life, whatever you may call it, what if it was like, you know what? I don't think you learned enough. I'm going to set you back to the first grade.
Oh, wait. Back to the first grade with what stipulations? You can't change anything. You got to do it over again.
Yeah, can't change.
But you just know you're doing it over.
Yeah, but you're fully aware.
Oh no.
Recon said, definitely would relive this life if I had my current wisdom.
Oh yeah,
Definitely would do that.
You can keep your current wisdom, but you got to go back to the first grade.
Okay, but why would some people say no? Saying no to me means
you're not getting a good crack at life.
No, I just think enough's enough. I think you've seen enough of this.
Right.
If I had to imagine why they said no.
I still, so for me personally, I still think the best is yet to come. And it may not be perceivably but I something about my situation, I just feel like the best is yet to come. Yeah.
Meaning not this physical, but the spiritual?
I think both.
Oh.
I think the best is yet to come with both.
For
so
just
I wouldn't
you
wanna,
or for everyone?
Just for me. So, and I wouldn't do it again.
Crazy Rabbit said I would take that chance in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sin Samurai says, best is yet to come, baby.
Yeah.
Best is yet
See,
to
that's
come.
where I'm at. I think the best is yet to come.
I think the cream is still rising to the top for old Synth Samurai. Still rising. I would have to imagine, in my mind, I think I've fulfilled my story here. Every day is a bonus. And I want to move on to the next.
I mean, there's a lot of follow-up questions with your question.
There is, but I mean, if you take it for what it is.
You can't really answer like yes or no right away.
But you can have that for any question presented to you, right? If you take it for what it is, just take it for what it is. Would you want to start this over again?
Sin Samurai said, I would like to go back and live my life as my father so I could fully understand him.
Yo, word.
Damn, that's deep.
Crazy Rabbit says, I say yes as I believe this is the one trip ticket to get another ride. Sure, but that is me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve wants me to ask you, Lamont, a question. It says, ask Lamont, could he live without you, meaning me?
I think I would have to live. Like, are you speaking in terms of like MARELYN has passed away and I'm having to live my life without her? I don't know if I off myself. I'm not in the position to know what my mental process would be. And often I think, when I do think about which one of us will pass first, and if she happens to be the one, what would my life be like? It would be completely upside down. I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't care so much about anything or anyone anymore. That I can guarantee you. But I don't think the wife would want me to not live. I think she wants me to live for whatever life and experience I have left. Could I get with someone else and have another life? Absolutely not. It'd just be me, a dolo for the rest of it. But I would be extremely careless because my best friend and partner has parted before me, and I know myself, I could be highly volatile mentally sometimes. and I would live an extreme careless life. I'd mind other people's lives. I wouldn't be reckless, but I really wouldn't give a fuck about much anymore. Because I think, to me, my purpose is essentially over. Now I'm just living bonus. And that's why I live in the moment, you know, because I know this is finite. And I get to sit in this room and look at the three of us doing what we love, and I wouldn't trade this for anything. Yeah, we lost a lot of people going, but I don't know, you know. I think I would be really, really careless as to what my life, I wouldn't hold myself in this bubble. I'd be out doing shit I would never have done, and living literally on the edge because I'd want to be off this planet.
Yeah. Like you say, we definitely live a life like it's very, very, very precious. I think you and I learned that lesson like 2 years ago, I think it was, when they found that spot on my bone. And a lot of people don't know that, but that was a crazy time in our life.
A crazy
I remember
experience.
that.
You remember that? Yeah, where it was so. I think mom was here for the holidays.
Yep.
Yeah, it was during the holidays.
And you know, in my mind, that's how people get their bad news.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they get it.
Oh, Steve said when you go back to first grade.
Yeah. I was gonna read that when I was finished with my statement.
Yeah.
So I think you and I learned how to really value life during that time.
It's not until you set with those circumstances.
Yeah, and it was like, man, almost 2.5 months before I can get into a specialist.
I remember that.
See what that spot was. And to have your regular physician call you until you picked up the phone to tell you need to go to an oncologist.
Yeah.
Is the scariest shit, and I wouldn't want that experience to happen to anybody. Thankfully it was nothing. It was just a weird growth that happened in adolescence. It's just been there. But at that point in time for you and I, that's when we really, really cherished life and began living life for just that. For you and I
remember just holding your hand, sitting on the couch watching TV. We couldn't really enjoy anything, but I would not let her hand go. I started looking at the real finite things you wouldn't look at.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I started paying attention to your hair. As weird as it sound, like
you start paying attention to the weird details.
Things and your little mannerisms, and I go, yeah, they're irritating, but they're her. You know, and I wouldn't give any of that up for anything. It just brought things like with the ultra, how do you say it? Like a ultra magnifying glass on life.
Yeah. Like Superman powers, super sensitive. Yeah, but Steve meant it as going back to the first grade.
Yeah, I got dark. Sorry, Steve, but that's where I am in my life because I'm losing people around me.
Yeah, especially the past 2024.
Yeah, going back to the first grade. Shit, I'm gonna go find Meryl.
See where did she go to the first grade?
Because we're gonna start this earlier.
Uncle Chrome said, "Well, you could spend your life creating art to celebrate Marilyn."
Yep.
Crazy Rabbit said, it happened to me 6 years ago. She told me to live my life. It was hard as fuck, yet here I am today.
Yeah, I'm with Wabbit. I don't know what I would do, honestly. If I lost my loved one like that, I just don't know what I would do. Yeah, you won't know until it happens.
Yeah.
Speculate all you want, but you just don't know.
Right.
Yep. Looks like it came a deep part of a life. Yes, you did, Robbie. And why don't you join us? Join us in the chat so we can chat together.
Or whoever else.
Or anybody else that's chatting with the Dixons. Come in.
It's Saturday.
Chat with
Let's
us.
Chat, you guys. Are we not close enough to where you
Panda.
don't want to chat with your brethren?
I feel like you can't force people. Like
I'm not forcing, but hey,
they see it up there.
It's your brethren.
They see it up there.
It's us. We don't bite on Saturdays.
Panda, come on in. Steve, come on in.
I mean, it's just us. You guys see it up there. If you don't want to come in, don't come in.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you're here.
Panda said he'll join once he feeds a little dog face.
Little doggy face.
Not talking to ourselves.
River X, my boy, bring your ass up in here.
Get Jarvis is in the chat, and I told him to give hugs to the lynx, and he's like, "Oh well, Tom's inside, and the lynx is outside, and it's snowing." And I'm like,
"Oh, he's a lynx. That's why he's out hunting."
Did you not see his coat?
What? And then we were talking about his coat, and
he's in some tree right now, looking at some unsuspecting child.
That cat definitely knows what he's doing.
I
in
just
the winter
had
time.
some Jarvis pancakes.
Hey, Jarvis, let me outside. It's my type of weather.
You know what, Jarvis?
Gonna hunt that neighbor kid of yours.
You need to either stop showing us all those pastries you make, or you need to start sending us some pastries because I'm over staring at them. Hi, Robbie.
Robbie.
Hello.
Robbie.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Would you start this life over, Robbie? At what age? Or
back to first grade.
Back to first grade. You start this life over. Would you do it?
I was thinking about something similar the other day, and I was thinking about.
Hey,
Hi,
Steve.
I don't really have any regrets in life because the thing is, you go through stuff, and you come out the other side, and it defines the rest of your situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And but I thought, because I got married when I was my first marriage. I was I was about to turn 21.
Oh, young.
Yeah, it's stupid, really.
Young and stupid.
Well, actually, no, maybe a year or two older because I think we got engaged when I was 21, and then So anyway, I was with this particular person for 10 years in my life, and
wow.
it all went to shit, and it ended. And for some reason, I was thinking, God, what a waste! 10 years. I could have done all of these other different things, but then I thought, well, hang on a minute, because if I'd have done things differently, I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. And where I am now, I'm with someone that I've been with for, how long was it, 2025? 23 years, 24 years we've been together. We've got 3 children. Mm-hmm. I love her to bits. She's my best mate. She makes me laugh. We still, make each other laugh, gross each other out. If I
changed
that bit, this may not have happened.
Mm-hmm.
It probably definitely wouldn't have happened.
Yeah,
so
we say that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So would I go back and do it again? I'd like to go back, and there are certain parts of my life I'd like to make more of, enjoy more, or forewarn myself, don't do that.
But then if you do that, you're going to change that course.
You alter your
also.
timeline.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. So, but I mean, I wouldn't mind going back and observing, But I mean, saying that, if I went back to first grade, I'd have to go through my sister dying again, and that would be a really shitty thing to go through.
Yeah.
But maybe, I mean, if I'm going again, there's all these ifs and buts. If I'm going back to first grade, but with the knowledge that I've accumulated right now, then maybe I could handle things better. Maybe I could, because it destroyed our family, that whole thing. Within a few years, the family was shattered completely. So yeah, I don't know. It's the thing is, as far as we know, and certainly not in our lifetime, it's not something we'll ever have to consider doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I don't spend huge amounts of time dwelling on those sorts of things, and I try not to have any regrets because what's the point? The bad things that have happened in your life have also led you to all the good things that have happened in your life, and so it is what it is. It's random, and that's the beauty of it. It's chaotic. You can't determine anything. Nothing is, as far as in my personal opinion, there is no destiny, there is no fate. You cannot determine what's going to happen tomorrow, because you could walk out your front door and get knocked down by a car, or wake up in the morning with a terrible illness that you have been harboring unknowingly. So we just don't know, and that's the beauty of it, because we just don't know, but we have the power to steer it where we want it to go, or where we'd like it to go.
Yeah.
And that power and control just comes from the moment, right? It doesn't come from the past, and it doesn't come from possible future thinkings, because you can think whatever you want in the future. You still have to get to the destination. So the things you can't control is the very minute right in front of you. Like, I know I'm going to take these few steps. I know I'm going to get in my vehicle and drive it. I know I'm turning left right now.
Yeah.
But beyond that, those are all uncertainties.
You don't know the idiot that's coming around the other corner in the opposite direction.
You have
go, bam,
no clue.
You have no idea.
It's
but also your
thunderbolt.
past informs your decisions that you make. So the decisions that we make every second of the day are informed by our lessons that we've learned in the past. And so I'm a strong believer in learning. Everything is a lesson, even if it's a humiliation, even if it's something that's bad. It's a lesson, and you take that information and you store it, and then when you're presented with these situations or similar situations again, you can sort of refer back to that and say, well, this is how I dealt with it last time, and I wished I'd dealt with it this way. So, well, now I've got an opportunity to deal with this in a way that's informed by my education.
Paul has a great lesson he's going to learn when he gets home. He says, I know I'm going to get lit when I get home.
You don't know that. You like that to happen. You don't know.
You wanted to happen.
Don't make plans with the universe. Does anyone here believe in free will?
Define free will.
Bandit looked perplexed.
Meaning your actions, your life. Do you think we have a written destiny, per se?
No.
It's your destiny. No.
Very real destiny. No, I personally don't think that there's anything that's written that is defined. No, I don't. I think we are complete masters of our own destiny, in as much as that we control as much as we control. However, like you said, you don't know about that idiot that's coming around the corner, but they don't know that you're coming around the corner either. So it's all misfortune or fortune. It's all random. It's all there's a billion different things that could happen every second, and nobody has defined. I'm completely atheist. I don't believe there's any deity of any kind. So I don't believe that any of those things that say, "Oh, this is your destiny. This is what you were born to do." No, some of us have privilege in our lives that allows us to do things that other people can't do. Some people are born into wealth. That then can define their lives in a different way, as if they were not born into wealth. There'll be a different thing. We are all, the chances of us not being born are far, far, far greater than the chances of us actually being born. Scientifically, there's a greater chance that we're not born. We are, every time a life is created, it's a 1 in a gazillion chance of that thing happening, because how many millions of sperms and eggs and all this kind of stuff. So there's a greater chance of us not being born than there is. And once we're here, we're shaped and informed by our environment, and we don't get to choose that environment. I didn't get to choose to be born into the world that I've experienced, and when I say world, that's my little sort of corner of it, just as much as you were not given the choice. It wasn't destined that you were born. It wasn't destined. It might have been genetically more possible for your mother to give birth to twins than my mother, say, for example, but your splitting within the womb, within that very early stage of development, was a random chance. It might have been an increased random chance because you might have had a hereditary
twins in the family.
history. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it
Man,
was
thank
purely
goodness
chance.
there wasn't any Robbie twins.
Wow.
Robbie and Bobby.
I think that's fascinating that Robbie is an atheist and that's his outlook on life. And like you said earlier, that's the beauty of it, that everybody can have their own ideals and they all make sense to me. Mm-hmm. Not one person's ideals of what they think life is or the grand scheme of things. To me, it's all right. Mm-hmm. Like all of them are right.
I know if it's freaking cold outside, somebody's inside.
I know that.
Mm-hmm.
What say you, Steve? Do you think you could go back to the first grade and do it all over again?
You know, I was thinking about this just now. Let me turn myself down. I'm blowing your ears off. Do I sound
Oh, no,
okay?
you're good.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was thinking about it while you were asking the question, and I'm kind of split, really, because I'm really enjoying me as I am now with you guys. I mean, in the last couple of months, I've made, I don't know, 200 friends, just bang, like that. And my main circle of friends is online. I've got a few real friends, obviously, but they're in, I can count them on two hands. There's not many at all. But you guys, there's just loads of you, and I don't want to get sappy about it, but
Right.
that's a good place for me to be in, trust me. I am definitely a people person. So if it meant leaving you guys and going back, then, it's not as attractive as it might have been maybe quite a few months back. However, there are several places in my life I would have liked to have taken a different turn. I have identified a few. And also, if I'm allowed to take this knowledge back that I've got now, then, that's absolutely priceless. For one thing, you could easily make yourself a living. No problem at all. I mean, all you got to do is invest in Bitcoin when it started. That's it. Done.
Yep.
Invent Bitcoin.
Invent it.
Yeah, invent it.
And then
Problem
and
finished.
sell
so
at its
you could
highest.
be rich as much as you want.
Or-
So that wouldn't have been a problem. But
Or Steve, deposit $1,000 into Amazon when they first started.
Yeah, or Apple or someone
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Absolutely. And you'd have that by then anyway. I mean, there'd be countless ways of making cash. So, with the knowledge you've got now, easy. But would you be happy? I mean, I'm an absolute firm believer that money doesn't make you happy. And I know that I'm actually not very well off. I haven't been in my entire life. But I'm lucky enough to be very rich in friends, for one thing. But also, look, I mean, I've got Hydrosynth here, and I've got my Mac over there. It happens somehow. So, who needs money anyway? The only thing I'd do with loads of money is help loads of other people. I'd be setting up foundations or hospitals or whatever. I've always said that about winning lottery money. I've always said I'd try and found an educational establishment or something like that to help kids learn stuff, particularly music, actually. So, it's a difficult choice. So, on one hand, you've got me here, happy, having the time of my life, modding for you guys, making little bits of music occasionally and whatever, learning stuff. Or there's the other hand of, wow, you know what, I could do so many things if I went back with this knowledge and sort of, just lots of stuff. And of course you can see things coming as well. And it's possible that you could prevent them. This is also part of the destiny thing, I suppose. Could you prevent, we had a disaster over here in the UK, the Hillsborough disaster. Loads of people died at a football match. And could you prevent that by doing something? And there's countless others that you could do. It's a big question, and I think it's too big for us, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is, because those outcomes of saving all those lives, what did they affect afterwards?
The impacts it would have would be phenomenal. I mean, I can't remember exactly how many people died, but you can imagine the knock-on effect of all of those people if they stayed alive.
Well, it's like the tragedy of 9/11 for us.
9/11. I mean, there's enough one, and you could count. There's countless. So what could you do? So I think I'm going to have to remain on the fence or torn about it, because on the one hand I've got that, and on the other hand I've got that.
We all know what happened when Marty McFly took that sports almanac back to 1955 and Biff got hold of it.
Oh, yeah.
Shit goes bad.
Utter chaos.
But I mean, we laugh at that, but that is I mean, obviously time travel itself is theoretically possible in certain conditions as we understand it right now.
Can I chuck something at you? I have to tell. This is something I only sort of really got told a little while ago, but time travel would be very, very difficult because our planet is going around the sun.
Exactly.
And if you time travel to anywhere but the really tiniest slots of where you are at the moment, where the Earth is, you'll be in space floating around dead.
Yeah.
So forgiving that. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. No.
To mention it.
But I mean, yeah, if time travel was possible, that whole paradox of affecting something and creating an alternate timeline, because like you said, you mentioned Hillsborough, 97 people died at
97.
Hillsborough, and you'd have 97 lives saved, 97 potential, let's say of those 97, maybe 50 were capable or of an age where they could reproduce, so you'd have 50 sets of new children and their children, and so and everything would just be massively. It's just the tiniest little change would theoretically create a massive impact that would, who knows? Nobody knows.
It's a grain of rice on the chessboard thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Start with one, you double it each blocks, and by the end of it, you're covered in rice because
Yeah,
it's
what was the
millions
name
and
of
millions
that
tons.
series we watched? It's literally this. Every time we have this discussion, I keep meaning to go back and figure out the time travel guy, that every time he would go through a different time in that time travel, it created another one of him.
It wasn't Black Box. Or
No.
something.
And then at the end, when he found his actual time and space in his multiverse where he originally came from, and all his multiples finally found that multiverse, it was like hundreds of them were
fighting over the same woman.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yes,
it was
that
a
was the
great series.
It was on Apple, wasn't it? It was an Apple
Yes,
TV.
Apple TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's this giant cube that he goes into.
Yes.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
take this drug to alter the state of their mind so they can see. Yeah,
Yep.
right. I can't remember the name of it, but it was very,
Did
very
you see it,
thought-provoking.
Robbie?
Yeah, loved it. Yeah, really loved it.
It was amazing series.
What about
Yeah.
you, Sam? Do you believe in free will, or is there destiny or fate involved? Would you go back to the first grade and do it over again?
I, from a personal point, probably won't go back and do it all again, because I believe that there not only is there lessons in the things that were positive in your life, but there was lessons in the things that were negative in your life. The whole "don't touch the oven, it's hot. Ow, it hurts." Don't do that again, do you?
Been there, done that.
Simplicity.
Speaking from personal experience.
No, maybe. So, like, everyone else has gone to I could prevent so many disasters. I don't think so. You could prevent one disaster because of the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
You change one thing and that's it. You can't now, if you save 9/11, you're not going to stop the 7/7 London bombings because something's going to be different.
Interesting idea. Yeah.
But it's true. It's like how
It's a ripple.
we always say you change one thing, and that one thing changed an enormous amount of other things that you can't even begin to fathom, to even know about, to even dream about, that you changed just that one thing different that you did that day.
Like what altered timeline does Hitler win if there was one thing changed,
There was another TV series where
Russia gets to the moon first?
no.
That's good.
Yeah, it was.
It was Hitler won and he took over.
Oh, the guy in the high castle or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Not-
Oh, High Castle.
High
Was
Man
it
in the
High?
High Castle, wasn't
The
it?
man in
not
the
Yeah.
high
High
castle.
Castle.
Yep. And so that was a different timeline. Like, what if that changed? And here's the timeline. This is how it would look. Yeah, it's just
I find the concept of multiverses fascinating. That I don't have any experience or knowledge to say that I couldn't say I believe in it or not, but I find the concept interesting that there are multiple versions of the universe, and we all exist in all of them, but we're all doing these different things because that thing changed and led them down that path, whereas it didn't happen in that. But I don't know. I know that there are many scientists that could explain how that might be the case, but also there's a lot of fantasy. It's a great movie plot. So I find that interesting because I think the one. I mean, obviously, we as human beings don't understand a great number of things. We think we do, but we, actually, even though we've been around for many millions of years and we've learnt all this stuff, and we can now send telescopes into space that orbit 1 million miles around the Earth and can see deep into the universe and deeper than we've ever seen before, and we have a better understanding of this thing that we call the universe. We don't know what, does it end? If it does end, where does it end? How far does it go? Is it growing? They say it's kind of growing, but more slowly. What happened before we knew all of this stuff? The whole, even the Big Bang Theory is being not questioned, but reinterpreted. That there was always something there. There was no nothing. Mm-hmm. There was always something there, and that the actual Big Bang was a result of something else that happened. So, what's beyond the realm of our known environment, which we know the environment that we live in is almost infinitely huge. We don't know because we can't see the edges. We don't know what's beyond, if there are edges. That's the thing that when I start thinking about that, within a couple of minutes my head goes
it hurts. Yep. I agree with Andy Stickentron. He says we know nothing.
And that's the beauty of it. And that's the beauty of it. I tell you who possibly does know something, and that's Inky, that's Risky. Those are the ones that have passed on. Only because I know that through, and it's just my personal experience, because I had my near-death experience, and that the fact that I was still me outside of my body. Now, what happens after that, I wasn't privy to, but I knew I still existed. And if the universe is capable of producing consciousness aware of itself, then that means we've all come from something, and we were all never nothing, because you have to have something to make nothing.
Well, yeah, we're all made of stars at the end of the day.
Right.
So we all contain elements that came from somewhere else, and that formed into this planet, and that formed into the organisms, and those organisms, evolved and recreated and evolved and recreated and so on and so forth, and we get to this point, and this is a tiny point on a massive long line of time, shall we say. And time is just a human construct. It's the concept of time and dividing it's a human construct. Yes, time exists in as much as we know that what's happened now is now happened then, and we don't know what's coming, but we give it 5 seconds and then we know that that's here. And so we have to, as human beings, we have to quantify it, we have to put it into a box and give it a name and what have you, and that helps us understand things. But I mean, conversely, and with all due respect to what you think and believe, I think that at the moment there's nothing to suggest that once we cease to exist, once we pass away, there's no evidence to suggest concretely that we go on into something else. But what I do believe is that, and this is a scientific fact, that you can't destroy energy. So scientifically, you cannot destroy energy. Energy just gets, we're stores of energy, and when we pass away, the energy that we have is just moves on somewhere else, into something else. So when we're buried, our energy is soaked up into the soil and is used by the plants and the trees and all of that, and the insects that feed on it, and then that energy just gets dispersed elsewhere. The thing that we all get kind of hung up on is the consciousness. We get sort of so wrapped up in this thought that we are, how can our consciousness just go and be gone? All of that knowledge, all of that experience, gone. And we can't seem to grasp that. And I think a lot of the time, we even those people that like myself, we like to think there must be a way that everything that I've experienced over these X amount of years gets stored or passed on or carries on somewhere else, experiencing something. Of course, we don't know. We have nobody's come back from dying and said, hey everyone, look, this is what happens.
Well, I mean, there's been a huge study for near-death experience with Raymond Moody, Peter Fenwick. There's a lot of great physician or PhD doctors out there that have studied, and neurologist doctors that have had near-death experiences and have told their stories on how they came back from the other side and have these profound stories, which is what led me to that because of my profound story. And we all had these similar outcomes, the tunnel or the being outside the body, being able to observe everything around you in its natural state. A lot of people say that, you know, and they're coming back with proof, like, I heard the conversation that you had about me while I was on the operating table bleeding out, and you said this and that, and you have a bald spot. Things that they could possibly not know. Or children coming back as people that have passed formally from like a reincarnating situation. So I don't like to really put my ideals out there because, like, again, my facts and my truths are my truths. But I would say this: a closed mind would never understand the possibilities of what it can be open to. So I leave myself open to a bunch of things. And because, like you, Robbie, I was too like a kind of an agnostic atheist, but until I had that experience that shook me and changed my concept of what I thought was me, until you have that particular transition point where you can never explain it to anybody so they would believe it. Because like you said, you're just giving me a story. There's no factual base. I can't take you on your experience because it holds no weight, holds no substance. You can't prove it. But at the same time, for those that go through this and it's so profound to them, it's like the half glass, half full. Half of it, I'm gonna have to believe in. The other half, I'm gonna have to not believe. But until I find out, I guess that's when it'll all mature. You know what I mean? And that's what I go back to. That's the beauty of people having their beliefs and not knowing. You have some that'll swear by it. You have some that won't. But at the end of the day, you'll find out in the end. And that's the blessing, I suppose, right? Yeah.
The thing is, the human brain is an incredibly powerful thing, and we experience that power on an almost daily basis because, you know, we go to sleep and we can have these dreams, and sometimes they're nonsensical things. Sometimes they're very deep and powerful things. We experience stuff. We think it really happened. We wake up and we really truly believe we've just had this experience in a corporeal, physical way, but we haven't. It's all been in our brains, and you know, the subconscious. My sort of understanding of dreams is the way that our brain processes information that we haven't processed in the conscious state. So, you know, things that we've absorbed during the day kind of sit in this area of our brain which we still don't fully understand. This thing that's up here, we don't fully understand how it works and why it does what it does, and is it capable of doing, you know, many more things than we currently think. And when we have a dream, it's, you know, when you apply that sort of theory that dreams are just your brain processing the stuff you didn't get to process during the day, or during the last few days or whatever. This is just its way of kind of going through it and trying to work it out. And sometimes you'll wake up from a dream and go, that's what now I understand what actually happened, you know, a few days ago when I was talking to that person or had that incident. Now I kind of understand where they might be, because my brain's kind of processed it in a slightly, you know, weird kind of way. I mean, I've taken substances in my life that have made me think all sorts of different realities are happening at that time, but they weren't. I'm sat in a chair somewhere or lying down somewhere and experiencing something in my head, but by God, it felt real, you know, when I was experiencing it. But it's just, you know, I don't think we fully understand, and we probably won't for a while yet, exactly what the brain is capable of. But to your point about just keeping yourself an open mind, you know, when I tell people I'm not one of those atheists that, how do you know when somebody's an atheist? They'll bloody well tell you. I'll only offer that up when it's relevant. But I've been an atheist for the majority of my life. I mean, I'm 55 this year. I would say that I've been an atheist. My sister died when I was 8, and that was when I questioned the existence of an almighty God, because why would he let that happen, or they, should I say, because it could be anything. Why would they let that happen to my sister? Why would they put her through such a horrible, painful experience where she dies at the age or less than 4 years old, and destroy, and I had religious people telling me why. As a kid, the good Lord had a plan. What was his plan? To just create a little girl who was full of life and then kill her off after 4 years. That's not a benevolent, caring, wise God. So I started questioning it all then. But a lot of people think that atheists are people that shun religions, or a religion, or all religions, and are not open to anything. My definition of an atheist is someone who believes what is presented to them, doesn't believe anything that can't be quantified or proved, but remains open to be convinced. So whilst I do not believe in the Abrahamic God, or the Muslim God, or the Buddhist gods, or whatever, I don't believe in any of those. I don't think any of those things exist. I will, however, remain open to if somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, Rob, look, I've got something here that might change your mind." I'm going, right, show me. And if they were able to convince me beyond all doubt that that thing existed, hey, I'm there for it.
You know what, Robbie? There's a book by Dr. Raymond Moody, and it was about this atheist, same ideals. And he wasn't religious, and nor anyone, I don't believe in a God, he, she. I don't believe in any of that. You can't put a man-made thing on something that's God. God is everything to me. It would have to be. It doesn't hold titles. It's the alpha. It would have to be the alpha and the omega, in my understanding. But, and he interviewed a person that was atheist. You should really pick up his book, Dr. Paul Raymond Moody, and he interviews a bunch of people, and he does these studies, and they're all peer-based. And just listen to some of the stories. And I'm not trying to convince you one way or another, but if I had not looked this direction from my own experience, I wouldn't have known about it, and I would have just led my life of not knowing. But it was just astounding resemblance of how many people have went through these experiences, and where they were at, it was all tailored to their belief, which was even more astounding. It was like there's something out there so when Robbie's on his deathbed and he leaves his body, it's tailored to Robbie's belief, Robbie's outlook on how he saw life, to make the transition easier for that individual. And I was so fascinated by, there's something out there for us. We've come from somewhere. Maybe we don't know. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe we leave these bodies and lights out. Maybe there's nothing.
Exactly.
Equally, just as astounding, because we, as conscious beings, have figured that out too while we're in this physical state, that we're able to have conversations about nothing.
And the beauty of our existence is that we can believe whatever we want to believe based on whatever we've gone through in our lives, whatever we've experienced, however we've been raised. Because I could have been born into a family in India, and I could be a Hindu, or I could be a Muslim.
Yep.
The miracle of my birth being in a Western European country to Western European parents, one of whom was an atheist, the other one was raised a Roman Catholic, but they never practiced anything, and they let me make my own mind up. That's all chance and random. So, but we live in a place, or we live in a society where most of us are able to make our own minds up. The problem is when people start using those beliefs as a weapon,
tell me about it, Robbie.
As a form of conflict. You've got to believe what I believe. Well, no, why? Why do I have to?
Because my God is better than your God.
Exactly. And yet I saw a quote the other day that said that the evangelical American Christians are so far removed, from what they preach and what they believe in terms of how they practice their lives. The Jesus that they worship was technically a socialist. If we're going to sort of label things, Jesus Christ was a socialist because he believed in the redistribution of wealth. He believed in healthcare for all. He believed in all of this stuff, and yet the vast majority of evangelical Christians in most countries do not believe that. They are sort of on the right of political stuff, and they believe in capitalism and free market economics and all this kind of stuff. Whereas the Jesus that they claim to worship and do everything in the name of was exactly the opposite as to what they practice, that's when it gets scary.
See, and that's when you throw human shit on top of religion. Religion could be a profound thing if given the right state of mind, right? The book itself is based on morals for the most part of how to live like a productive, if you're going to look at it, on how to live your best life possible, without going into religion and too much in politics. I'll just say this: if we know we have wars, right? The Palestinians is Israel. We know that Catholics and Protestants will assume cut each other's head off in their name of their religion. Here's the one thing I'll say about religion: if it's so profound and so weight worthy, why does the Vatican sit on over $1 billion and holds it for itself?
Exactly. I walked around the Vatican many years ago and went to the Vatican museums, and I spent time in St. Peter's Basilica and did all the touring around and looking at the stuff, and it's a magnificent building. I mean, that's one thing I will give certain religions credit for, is that it has inspired great art over the centuries and the millennia,
and music.
Absolutely. I mean, when I say art, it's music, sculpture, painting, everything.
Right.
It's inspired, that sort of thing. But I was, walking around the Vatican Museum and looking at all of this stuff and thinking, you guys go out in the world and tell us to do all of these things, and you could just take one room of this stuff, liquidate it, and probably solve most world poverty.
I was going to say, isn't that funny? Around the Vatican alone, I forgot where I read this, there are over 50,000 starving children in the vicinity of the Vatican.
Yeah,
it's
a bizarre thing. I mean, and it's not. I'm sorry if I've offended any Roman Catholics. It's not just the Roman Catholics. It's any organized religion has an absurd and obscene accumulation of wealth that they sit upon and refuse to use in the manner in which their gods that they worship would want them to do.
To use it. Right.
I read the Bible repeatedly. I felt, and I've read many religious texts. I'm say I've studied them at any great length, but I've read them, or translations of them, because I feel like I need to know what other people are thinking to inform my knowledge. And you know what? Like you said, those books contain mostly, not all, but they mostly contain a repeatable moral code about how to live your life with other people in a caring, considerate, empathetic way. If you look at some of the teachings if we just take the Christian Bible, there's many teachings in there about how you should live your life in this really pleasant, empathetic, caring, unselfish way, and what you should do when faced with certain adversities. Equally, there are other teachings in those same books that are disgusting, repulsive, certainly of their time, which was, the current Bible that we all can read is a version of the Bible that was rewritten and retranslated about 400 or 500 years ago. The King James Bible was written for King James and adapted to what he wanted his subjects to believe. It's not the same Bible as was being used, 500 years previously or 500 years previous to that. So
which is wild in itself. That's wild in itself, because anything written by man is subjected to be some sort of false.
Subjective.
Yeah, and people live their lives by these instructions.
Right.
And if the thing is, if they follow all the good stuff, they're probably decent people.
Right.
But if they decide to start picking and choosing the things, like, there are those people that will live, by a lot of the good stuff, but then they'll pick out the stuff about which they interpret as being about homosexuality, for example. That one man shall not lie with another man, and blah blah blah. You can't just pick and choose these bits.
I've always said that, Robbie. I've always said, for most people, I'm going to say it, for most, that's damn near almost every last person. There's only a finite few that can actually live up to the book. And you want to know why you can't live 100% to that book? Is because you're human and you're flawed. And no matter what you do, no matter what you think, or no matter how hard you try, the human element is always flawed. There's always going to be something about you that cannot adhere to being this all pristine guru sort of person. And it's okay to be flawed. I think that's another misunderstanding. People think you should not be flawed, but they'll pick the Bible up, swear they're Christian, but won't live 100% of their faith. They'll pick and choose what best suits them, go back on Sunday and try to wash all the sins away, because Monday, Barbara's a bitch again.
Yeah. I mean, this whole thing about confessional, right? The whole Roman Catholic thing, because I've been exposed to Catholicism because of my Italian background. My father wasn't a practicer; he was an altar boy at a young age, and promptly decided it was not the thing for him. He never, even before he died, he never told me the exact reasons, but I can imagine. I think we can all imagine. But my nonna, on the other hand, now she wanted me to go to seminary. She wanted me to go to Roman Catholic school. She wanted me to be a priest, like all good nonnas do. They all want their grandchildren to go into, to become a priest and what have you. But this whole concept of confessional, where you can be an asshole, you can steal from somebody or call somebody something or do something bad, and then just nip to church on a Sunday, nip into a box, tell someone what you've done, and he says, oh, all you got to do is just say these little rhymes 3 times or 4 times and what have you, and you'll be fine. And you keep doing that week in, week out. Oh, Father, I've sinned. What have you done this time? Well, I slept with my neighbour. Right, 3 Hail Marys and a couple of this, and you'll be fine. Right. Come the morning, and if you were to die tomorrow morning, God will go, did you confess? Oh, well, yeah, fine. In you come. Peter, let him in. He'll be right. So, that's rubbish. People, somebody, I think Doommonger said, religions are systems of control. They are, absolutely.
Yes.
But I don't believe they started out that way. I believe that, we as humans, if we have a gap in our knowledge, we inherently need to fill it. Are compelled to fill it with something. We have to. And we'll fill it with what makes sense to us the most and the quickest.
And that's ego, right?
And that's it's very easy to do. Why does this exist? Well, I don't know why it exists. I have a gap in my knowledge. Yeah. But somebody says, oh, well, it could be because a frog jumped into that river and did this, and that's why that exists. And you go, well, he seemed to be pretty confident in that. Okay, that's how it, and that's a bizarre, weird example, but it's a random thing. You can come up with, and we're just so determined to fill gaps of knowledge quickly and easily without saying, look, do you know what? I don't know. I have a lack of knowledge, so I'm going to go off and I'm going to spend time learning about why that thing exists or why that thing
Davey said
happens.
it earlier in the chat. It's okay to say, I don't know.
And that's so perfect. Yeah. And you can't fill the gaps for an individualistic mind. My gaps do not hold the same weight or need the same filling as your gaps.
Right. Let me switch gears just a little bit.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to have to go in a minute, but go for it.
Go ahead, Daryl.
So I was just going to change the subject. Were you going to do the same?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I have a question. It'll probably be quick.
Okay.
With it being January 4th, already 4 days into the new year, Has anybody made a New Year's resolution, and it being January 4th, have you kept it, or has it gone to shit already?
I don't
Damn,
make resolutions.
4 days in there already. You saying 4 days?
I learned
I'd
years
easy.
ago not to
Be
do
more
it.
inky.
It's pointless. It's pointless. You're just
But
going to fail.
well, the thing is, why do we? And again, this is another human condition. We because we've been able to determine that our planet spins around a star, and
Oh, we're
we've
getting a
been
lot of
able to
no's in the
determine that planet is in itself spinning on its own axis as it goes around, and we've been able to calculate and divide the time and give it. You know, we know that we spin around the sun every 365 point. Sorry. Is it 364.25 or 365? It's 364.25. Yeah, it's just under 365, which is why we have the leap year. So we've come up with this mostly perfect way of calculating it, except every 4 years we have to add a day because we have to compensate. But we've done this thing, and so the universe in itself operates in cycles. You know, lots of things operate in cycles, and as humans, we feel a need to put markers on them. I don't understand this thing where on January 1st we make a commitment to do X, Y, and Z when we can make that January 2nd, January 3rd, August, July.
Yeah, anytime.
If you want to do something, if you want to achieve something, if you want to be more inky, if you want to write an album, just do it. Don't wait until January the 1st. Don't set yourself this unachievable target. Just say, look, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to start trying to do that today.
Yeah.
But why? January 1st is not a reset. There is nothing changes on January the 1st because, as far as the universe is concerned, it's just the next day. After the last one, which was the same.
Psychologically, it's
a
start
psychological
of a new year, isn't it? It's that thing.
Yes, but the
It's
new
like,
year is just
I'm
a
gonna be
celebration of the
refreshed.
fact that our planet has travelled around the sun one more time.
That's,
you know,
that's the physics definition, but in a person's psyche, it's like this is a refresh. This is a new year.
Yeah, we love-
new
yeah.
year. So let's do it in a different way, and I'm going to try
Yep.
and do so and so,
A refresh.
and fail dismally. Probably.
But why do you
Sam-
say? But
Hold on,
Sam. Why do you
yeah.
say be more inky? Wait, what does that mean?
So it's kind of following up on Robbie's point. So every year, my New Year's resolution, because I'm one of those arseholes, has been to think of a better New Year's resolution. And then Inky passes away, and then I just started that little mantra of just be more Inky, jumping into people's chats, coming onto S.O.R, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So I didn't start on January the 1st. All I've done is I've just changed it. I've changed my meaningless, pointless thing that I do because I think it's funny to something that I've just got something to keep in mind. And that's not even because it's New Year's, it's just to keep my friend's memory alive. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not really meaningless though, Sam, is it? Now, come on.
No. I was meaning like my think of a better New Year's resolution was the meaningless one. But
Yeah.
we put pressure on ourselves to, I'm going to go on a diet on January the 1st. I'm going to exercise more from January the 1st. And we do that at a time when we've probably just been doing the exact opposite of what we want to do. We've sat down for the last couple of weeks. Many of us have been fortunate enough to have time off work and spend time with our families, eating, drinking, being merry, doing the things that we tend to do at the end of the year. And then all of a sudden we say, right, stop. I'm going to give up smoking, I'm going to give up booze, I'm going to give up food, I'm going to start exercising. We put all of this pressure on ourselves to do these things, and then we fail. And we don't fail because we can't do them. We fail because we put too much pressure on ourselves to do this.
Unachievable
And we think,
bar. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to achieve this. So it's far better to say, look, think about what you want to achieve, think about when you can achieve it, and try and start to. But don't this whole New Year's New Year's resolution thing. So many people would answer Marilyn's question as, I've probably broken half of mine already. Because
Yeah, because it's such a huge task at hand, and people always do it every year, and it's probably more media based than anything, because it's like the first thing. Okay, December 31st rolls around. What is going to be your New Year's resolution? It's like this big, huge topic, and then people set it and set this unachievable time frame, and you start to begin to realize that you're not going to make that goal no matter how hard you try. And it's not because you're not trying hard enough or you're not doing the correct steps. It's because you gave yourself this stupid time frame in doing it when it should
Life
just
has other ideas.
yeah yeah.
And the thing is, you say this, and you say, right, maybe you have a show like today, and you say, right, what's your New Year's resolution? And I say, I'm going to stop all alcohol. And then, for whatever reason,
and you did say that though, right?
Yeah, no, and what I'm doing is I'm reducing my alcohol, but I think we then again put pressure on ourselves. Because I remember it was a few years ago. I talked about losing weight because that's something I'm always trying to do because of my health. And I told people that I was doing something or other, and then for whatever reason I didn't follow through on that. There was I can't remember what the reasons were, whether it was something outside of my life had an influence on it, but I didn't. And then I feel terrible. I feel I put mental stress on myself because I think, well, I've slipped off of what I was going to do, and then people are going to find out. They're going to criticize me. They're going to have a go at me maybe, and so and then that creates a whole mental health issue. And God knows, I mean, I already suffer from anxiety, so I don't need to suffer from the anxiety of peer pressure and people telling me, oh, well, you said you were going to do this, and look, you've got a glass of wine in your hand. So I just...
Yeah, people just need to be, what do they say? You just need to be easy on yourself. You just got to tell yourself to take small steps. You got here not overnight. So to leave the situation that most bothers you, it's going to take small steps. You can't expect such big feats. Like, no one really goes cold turkey.
Somebody who's going cold, well, yeah, for him it's cold turkey because it was a lot. And so I'm curious as to how he's coping with it all. Yes.
Yeah, but he still, he still
and
has
I know he's
some little bits.
Yeah, he's in the chat, but he went from smoking, what what he said a normal person would smoke in like 2-3 days. He was smoking in a day.
Right.
And so he cut back to limiting himself to, he's like, what have I done now? Get in the chat. That's what you haven't done.
But that's the thing, though, right? You and I, me, Marilyn and myself discussed it, this very thing. We said, too much of one thing in this life, just one thing, will lead to your demise.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what it is.
And we sat in, I think it was like 1 a.m. and we couldn't go to sleep. We had this conversation and I started thinking, and I'm like, you know what? There is not one thing in this world that you can consume in excess and it would not kill you. Not one thing. And that includes water. There is not one thing that you can tell me that you can consume in excess that will not kill you
or affect you in a lethal way.
Including air.
What was that?
Love?
No, a consumable, an actual consumable.
Ingested.
Yeah, where you get it ingest in your body. Biscuit, yeah, if you consume too much sardines, you'll get sick.
Mercury poisoning.
Yeah, mercury poisoning.
And sodium.
Chocolate, yes, there's toxins in chocolate.
Chocolate, yep.
Yep.
Chocolate is one of the leading causes to dysrhythmia and cardiac too.
Yep.
If you consume it too much.
Yeah. And we sat there and thought about it, and we're like, oh, what about this? What about? And you even said, well, water. You need water. I'm like, nope.
Yeah,
but
you drink
too
too
much, it'll go straight to your brain.
Yep.
And oxygen, yes, including oxygen.
Yep. I had to watch how much oxygen I gave a person when I was doing emergency medicine on an ambulance because too much oxygen will kill you.
Especially if they COPD and they're 2 liters by cannula. You go to feed them 15 by mask.
Yeah.
Bye.
You'll kill them.
Yeah. But
over-oxygenated blood will kill you.
The whole New Year's resolution stuff is just all a balance.
It's a balance, and people need to treat it like that.
That's it. It's not, I'm going to take this away for the rest of my life, because the minute you say that is when you want it the most. It's insane what your brain does, because we had to go to an allergen doctor And I was getting really bad, like stomach aches and body cramps and stuff, and couldn't figure out what it was. And I knew it was like certain foods that was causing it, and didn't know exactly what it was.
Just couldn't prove it.
Couldn't figure out what. I knew I was allergic to seafood, but I'm not giving it up. I know it's stupid, but I know
Marilyn
how.
sees food and eats it.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, gotta eat it.
But I know how to monitor it. So I know I can't have a lot of salmon, a lot of sushi, during that same week, because then I'll start getting the allergic reactions every time I eat it. Will become worse and worse, to the point where if I eat it on a 4th day, I can feel my throat closing up. So we went to an allergen, and he did the blood allergy and the prick test on your back and stuff. And he came back and he's like, well, you're allergic to barley, oats, and wheat. And I'm like, holy crap.
It's everything.
It's everything.
It's in everything.
Yeah. And 2, it explained so much. And once I started eliminating all of that out of my diet, all the inflammatory, like, pain in my joints
literally went away.
But ask me if I didn't crave a freaking bagel every single day.
Yeah.
Why? Because I was told I couldn't have it.
Yeah.
And it's insane what the brain does to you when somebody tells you
you can't have it.
Yes. Yep.
Oh yeah, definitely popularize. You can have it. It will just suck.
Right.
So don't say you can't have it. You could definitely have it. You'll just suffer.
Yes. Yeah.
Add consequence to your point.
Yeah. And we did, and I would do that every now and then. Lamar would be like, "Well, just it's the holidays, just have it," or Lamar just have it, just the holiday. I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. I'll do it." And man, did I regret it? Oh, and I'm like, "Nope, never again."
Yeah, but sometimes if you don't just
remind yourself
and just tell the brain, here, you remember this? If I do this, this is what happens to the body.
Yeah, I remember when we went to go get apple fritters. Do you remember those? Yeah.
Jeez.
Did we pay for it?
Made me sick as a dog.
I'm the same with a Scotch egg. Can't eat egg. It's in bloody everything, so I've got to eat egg.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have eggs?
Nah. You don't want to be around me after I've had a whole boiled egg or anything like that.
Oh, wow.
Good God.
Yeah.
Right.
Panda
I've got
knows
to
how
run,
clear
but
out a room.
I might come back later. But
All right.
Okay,
yeah.
Robbie.
Yeah.
but
We'll
great
do
to
it,
chat.
Robbie. Yeah, thanks,
Keep
Robbie.
going. See you later.
That's crazy. Yeah, but the minute you tell somebody, no, you can't have it. Well, it's like what Panda was saying. Like, you tell a kid, don't touch the stove because it's gonna hurt. Well, what are they gonna do? They're gonna touch the stove.
Part of that is fuck around and find out.
Yeah, but it's the minute you tell somebody they can't have that one thing, right? There's like a switch in the brain that says, no, you want it more now.
Yeah, I do understand what you mean, but I was just going to say it depends on the person and also their upbringing. There's, don't touch, it's going to burn you. Oh, playing, and so on. Oops, I went too far, burned, and so on. And you learn lessons like that as you're younger, but as you get older and also as you're brought up by parents or other guardians, hopefully you trust them enough to not tell you a load of crap, and you are hopefully going to believe them. So don't run into the road, you're going to get run over. Well, yeah, that's quite sensible actually.
Right.
So on. It is contextual, but I kind of agree with it. Well, the older you get, the more sensible you get, and go, yeah, I can see why that wouldn't be a good idea. And I can say that about people my age, 57. I know other people around my age who would just walk out into the road because that's the sort of people they are anyway. So maybe it doesn't work for some people. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Let me change gears here. Let's start with Sam, and then we can go to viral next.
It sounds like, oh no.
Do you believe in people should be themselves no matter what? No matter what the stigma is, no matter what the good book says? Are you a firm believer in people should just be themselves, no matter what that is to them?
I think you've come to the right person, actually, because I've got ADHD, and one of the things ADHD people do without noticing is we mask.
Meaning?
or we copy. So it's been shown in studies, and people have said this, you basically either put up a different persona or you copy someone else's persona, so you are more likable to the people around you. And as I've said before, I'm very mindful of it. I understand the problem of it. So I want to say about 10 years ago, I just tried to stop mimicking people's emotions and things like that. And it's been I still do it, but 10 years later, it's I think I'm on the way to mastering my own emotions and kind of like how people perceive me. So yeah, absolutely, you should be yourself around people, because there's nothing you can't lose. No one really wants to see a mirror copy of themselves. So actually, why don't we get to know me instead of get to know yourself, or a bastardized version of yourself, I should really say. So yeah.
What do you think holds people back from really being themselves?
Oh, myriad of things.
No, that's so wide.
Yeah, there is a plethora of that one. I think, social convention. You want to be liked. You want to be noticed. You want to be the center of attention. Well, for some people, introverts may say otherwise. Maybe just you have some. You feel like you have something to give, and you want to be able to give it. Is from my personal experience. I've got lots of music that I make, and I want to show it off. So therefore, I become more outgoing, more extroverted, at least on an internet sense, so that people can enjoy that thing.
Do you make the environment comfortable for people that you see as struggling with self-identity?
Oh, that is... Depends on the person. Because, again, the mimic thing is a bit of a weird thing, really. So your environment is comfortable because I'm trying to copy you. I'm not trying to. My brain is trying to copy you, and I'm trying to stop it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just not just a neurodivergent thing. Maybe that is actually something we all do, actually, because a lot of people will just try and make the environment comfortable for the other person.
Right.
At what day do you want to be on loggerheads with someone? I don't wake up and go, I'm going to fight him. I know there's some people in the world that do wake up and think that, but I would like to think I'm a contributing member of society, and it's just not how I wake up. And in fact, actually, how I wake up is coffee before I do get those, murderous thoughts.
More, remind us to send Panda coffee.
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah.
I find it easier to be yourself too when you're with someone who knows you through and through. So if you two go out together, that person and yourself kind of hold each other accountable, because they know who you really are and you know who they really are, and you have that backing, right? So if someone doesn't meet the paradigm, you two can easily go, oh yeah, pick up on the energy and be like, okay, this is not for us. Or if you really want to get to know the person, do people somewhat like bring down a little bit of themselves just to fit the social conversation? Sure. And it's called a little bit of friendly compromise, I believe. I believe we all have friendly compromise in how we interact with each other.
It's funny because I always say this. Carl said, the older I get, the less I care about what others think. We all gonna die. Be yourself always. And I always say, we always revert back to our infant stage, right? When we get older, because when you look at like little toddlers who can form, fairly complete sentences, shit will come out of their mouth. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. But they don't have that filter, that social awareness of, you can't call that person
They just tell the
fat
truth.
or right.
They just tell the truth.
Yeah.
Their truths,
I mean, you're talking to me after 9 o'clock, so yes, I fucking can call you that.
Yeah.
You're a special case, Panda. We're not talking about you. And when you get much older in life, you revert back to that stage where you've lived your whole life, like kind of saying, well, Lamar was saying, you know, that social restraints where you just don't automatically blurt out things, you know, in the middle of a crowd of a conversation or something, how you really feel.
That's just called tact.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
yes. Yeah.
Right.
But when you're older, you don't give a fuck anymore, right? And you just say it how it is.
Sam always
Just-
struggles to
just
stay
like-
still.
Sam-
You can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just wants to rock out.
Yeah.
But that's a personality.
Spit it out, Panda. Spit
And
it out.
He's not lying when he says he has ADHD.
Spit it out, Panda. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
I wasn't. I was going to say the first thing on the top of my head just to disrupt the conversation, just because that's what you were talking about. And that's when the
See?
intrusive thoughts start happening.
See?
What about you, Viral? I mean, are you an advocate for people to be themselves no matter what that looks like?
Yeah, and I'll take it a step further here. And just the past couple years, especially, I've taken a real hard look and lesson in unapologetically being yourself, and I think that's one of the reasons why we all love Sam so much. Because when he's jamming out, he's just himself, like unapologetically everywhere he goes. But when he's in that moment, and he's in that moment quite a bit, he's in his bag. It's just at one. You know what I mean? And I've kind of been on that road of thinking as far as just. I know that we have moments and social circumstances that we all have to, you know, be mindful of other people and kind of not talk when we want to or whatever, or just things that we gotta, you know, in different circumstances, just be mindful of the nature around you, so you can't be yourself completely in every circumstance, but you could be yourself to a complete, you know, a totality, and being in those circumstances at the same time, and just being mindful of the rest of the world. But a lot of times, like here on YouTube, especially when you're on your own channels, you guys could tell also, you know, during my live streams, I'm different than I am on here. I am different and when I am when I'm guesting or doing something else or in other circumstances, because like it's a different situation. You know, I'm still myself, I'm still who I am, and I'm still unapologetically myself, but there's also friends around here, you know, that I'm considerate of, you know, and I love you guys, you know, and I have to, you know, take that love and understand that, you know, when to shut the hell up, you know. But as you get older, you know, these things are just like natural to you, and they become so natural. And, you know, I don't know who it was who said in the chat, you know, as you get older, you start, you know, giving less of a shit about what other people think about you or what they have to say. And there it goes, you know, you just develop this tact about you that makes you really, really human. And I think that is the experience here, and a lot of us don't get to that until like our 30s or 40s. But musically, us people who do music usually reach that in our teens and 20s, you know, so we grow early, we live fast, and, you know, all that other stuff, and a lot of us die young. You know, I hate to get on this morbid thing, but, you know, you guys were here for my live stream yesterday, dissecting the mix of the JRC track, and I think it's just starting to affect me in that way, to where I'm really starting to digest Risky's passing, and I'm starting to get choked up even more so. And it kind of goes back to my other point when I first came on here about my father, you know, and the fact that it just grows with age, and it doesn't really get better as time goes by. But you gain this understanding and this like level playing field in your mind and in your soul that has you considerate of your own mortality and how to interact with the people around you, with the understanding that you might not have tomorrow with them. And you want to make sure that you're open and honest about who you are and how you feel with those people, And a part of that is, you know, having the respectful nature of shutting the hell up and let people talk, or, you know, being available in those circumstances that otherwise would make us uncomfortable, and we'd sit there and, you know, like, oh God, you know. But when we're in our bag and where we're at musically, you know, it's a lot different. But when we have these conversations, it's the same thing, because we're all connecting on the same level, even though we're not all playing music. You know, we're like, okay, we'll get to that. And in the back of our minds, us music people are like, yeah, we're going to get to the music eventually. But we also understand the value of these conversations, because the human spirit and what we're experiencing is the music. You know what I mean? Like, and we can't have one without the other. There isn't as much of a disconnect as people would like to think. That's why your guys' channel has grown so much and so quickly, because people are starting to recognize that and like, hey, you know, this is where we've all tried to fit in that mental health conversation, and we've all, from different walks of life, have all come together the same way. And it's just having more of these conversations helps us all in our ADHD and our being on the spectrum, and, you know, with our loved ones passing. It's therapeutic, and it's necessary for us to keep the music going. And I appreciate you guys for that, and I really appreciate you guys hopping in yesterday at the perfect moment, and having me through you guys kind of process Risky's passing in a real way that I haven't before. And I wouldn't have made it through going through that live stream without you guys being there, I don't think. I already was getting choked up, and I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. And but I think you guys saved me from all that horse shit, and it just, I didn't laugh it off, but I embraced it with you guys, you know.
And that's the beauty of it all. I guess, like, I don't know. I had one of those understandings, and I totally feel where you're coming from. Be yourself before you die, so everybody understands who you are. But this morning I had a small little conversation with Tracker, just of gratitude, of appreciation for what he did for Risky. And it's outside of the musicianship is where you really get to know the musician. It's all about the mental health.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen right now, and I see, we all play great music, but what's the person behind the music?
Yeah.
The music didn't come from just this place of just happy, grandiose fucking times, and we're all just, you know, holding hands and frolicking through the fields of mushrooms and
a lot of pain behind our music.
Hang on.
Music comes from a lot of places.
Hang on, Steve. MARELYN is not watching the chat. She left, so it's on you.
I'm watching, don't worry.
Okay.
I'm on it.
I never stop working.
But as Viral finished that, I was going to say, Steve, you wrote that one musical piece on the last Hardware Gems, not this past one, but the towers and I guess the chanting in the background.
Not sure which one you mean. I mean, I've released four
It was the
tracks.
one it's the one we aired on the popcorn night.
Yeah.
And it was the repeating segments.
Oh, that's one of the beacons then. That'll be probably Radio Lewisham, I would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
What part of life came from that piece of music?
Well, it's just a memory. I tried to explain it in the description of the video, but when I was a kid, I had this big radio. It's a shortwave radio, a battered old thing. I bought it down our local second-hand market. It's like a flea market in the old days. And I used to tune around the shortwave, which is a wave band which is used, or was originally used and still is now, for broadcast radio. Of all sorts. There's the evangelists doing their stuff. There's the European guys chucking out their propaganda. I mean, there's all sorts of things there, but there's also music. And these stations used to have gaps between broadcasts, and to keep the frequency claimed, they would have an interval chime or an interval beacon. And this is what has inspired the two beacons I've done so far. There's one specific one, I think it was a German one, which I used to hear all the time. And it just used to sit there hour after hour doing this repeating chime. And I kind of found it, well, sort of comforting, really. It was really odd because it was always there. It's one of those reliable things in life. I could just switch the radio on, tune to that frequency, and there was that chime. You know, it's one of those things that was always there. And it was also a little bit lonely. It was just there, sort of chiming away. I'm getting choked up. And I could imagine it being just me listening to it. So this is where they came from, the two beacons that I've made so far. The first one was kind of a tribute to that one itself, because it chimed, although I've got Morse code in it. There was no Morse code in this one, it was just the chimes and then the chimes and the chimes. The second one is a bit more complicated. I added a few more effects. This is probably the one you're talking about. And the fading in and out is very similar to what happens on shortwave, and on the shortwave you'll get a lot of interference signals, so there's a bit of Morse in the background, there's static and so on and so on. So that's basically where they came from. It's really a sort of a memory of mine.
Well, it's funny you say that, Steve, because this piece my brother and I have been working on, Meryl, can you fade this up please too? This came from the Beacon song you did, or yes.
Oh, it's good.
So when we created that, it was exactly what you had inspired, and I knew that particular piece of music. I'd be remiss if someone listened to that and goes, "Well, that's not music at all. That's just some weird signal." But the shit was so inspiring, and it was one of those you didn't expect or see that coming. It was like Davy's Jam yesterday.
It brought out an emotion.
It brought out a different emotion because you're not used to it. Whatever you consider music, and someone brings something new to your life, you're always enthralled by something you've never heard before, because it's a particular sound that really catches you. And so, I don't know, I just had to ask what was behind that particular sound, and I got my answer. And it was just a really lovely piece.
Thank you. Well, I've got to say, I'm really chuffed to bits that you've used that for inspiration. That's really, taken me aback. And another point I wanted to make goes back to something Viral said. He said the difference between music and the conversations is not that far. Well, I wanted to say that speech is a type of rhythm, which is a type of music anyway.
Exactly.
Obviously, you've got rapping and things, which is music and all that. But I think that there are ways of talking and also rhyming, and poets and whatever have relied on that since whenever. So it's all music, and quite honestly, one of my things is that everything is art as well, because anything that reflects reality is obviously an art form. So I'm very, very free and easy with art. I say often to people, look, I'm placing that deliberately there, and I'm putting that deliberately there. I call it the 2 cups of tea, and that's a piece of art to me, because it is. Everything we do is. So, anyway, sorry, I'm getting a bit...
Oh no. It's art is a reflection. I mean,
Yeah.
you know who's really good at showing the people them true selves? People like John Lennon. He was an expression of humanity, and he gave it back to you in music.
Yeah.
And you had to look at it.
Yeah. So the one thing you didn't answer, Steve, was are you an advocate for people to be themselves 100%? Do you provide an environment to where they can be around you and go, out of the blue, open up and say, hey, you know, I really want to be this person, or I want to love this gender, or I want to be this music, you know? Are you an advocate for it? Do you help push people out of their comfort?
I would never have a problem with anyone doing that at all. I absolutely support that completely and utterly. But going back to something Viral said, there is a certain context thing. Obviously, when I'm at school with the kids, I have to be, well, a bit guarded, put it that way, because you just don't tell them everything. You can't be honest with them. I mean, there is a degree you can be honest to, but obviously there's stuff you don't talk to teenagers about, or young teenagers anyway. So, you know, there's a restriction straight away. And if you're in a particular social circle, you might do the same. It's exactly what Viral was saying. But as I get older, as Carl said, I do give less shits about who thinks what about me. And I've actually begun looking at friends or acquaintances on Facebook. And I used to have a tolerance for people who sort of strayed into territory, shall we say, that wasn't particularly savoury. But recently I've started pruning people because I'm just completely sick of seeing stuff which is basically anti-humanist. And going, no, I'm not interested. Goodbye. Get shot at them, because I'm not having people like in my life. I just don't want them. Not interested. So, you know, it's another context thing. But I can do that because I'm in the context of in my own environment and saying I can do that. But if you're in a particular social circle, it's advisable, or could even be for your own safety, to be a little bit guarded about how you deal with things. And also, Viral is totally right. Sometimes you do just have to know when to shut the hell up.
Right. My wife and I did that at this party over the summer. She kind of knew what we were getting into, but the people we were around did not match. We already knew our ideals and beliefs, so we, in better words, we kindly met the social norm for them. You know, just so we could fit into the conversation, not be the awkward, and not say anything. Because how rude of it is if you go there and you're like, no one meets your flavor, so turn around and just see you later, bye. Yep. So we did that, like, I felt like as a courtesy, and we just enough to get hellos in small talk. I still don't, thinking about that, it would have, I don't think in there, and this is just my perception, and I could be way off with some of them, but the majority of them, I would like to believe that I'm right. If I had one in there being me and going in there and saying, yo, what it is, motherfuckers, party time, hell yeah, bitches. Got a bitch right here. Not as flagrant as that, but being me, just the energetic person that goes out, and I don't think they would have adhered to it as well, because I could tell they were a different crowd. They were of a different
so why would
status.
It be rude to?
But
it's kind of like you're insulting their intelligence to be something other.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It was something that I knew that would be too strong for this normalcy, and that I was fine with just getting in there with some meet and greets and conducting myself cordially. I would never be flagrant and call someone out their name. I'm just saying I'm
not saying that.
Yeah. And it was easier for us to do that, and then we got back into the vehicle and we were back ourselves. Is there anything wrong with bringing yourself down a little bit just to meet the social norm?
No, not at all. And Kent just said it. You read the room. It's exactly what it is. You read your context and you apply yourself accordingly. You know, we all want to be polite and nice and so on. And you can't really get out of that until you know people a little bit better. Now, I mean, as a case in point, Sam there, I mean, I've chucked him little insults and stuff, You know, but I know he can take that because he's done it to me for a start, and he's part of the banter. You know, we just
Right.
These guys threatened to
just
beat
do
me
that,
up
we
when I
fight.
first met him.
Right, yeah.
I
still whooping your ass.
Still do,
I
Viral.
assume
still
I can do the same with Viral because he's a really nice chap, and we've had a few little conversations. But for some reason, it just would not feel right to just chuck a random insult at him, expecting him to reciprocate in a funny way. But that's because I don't know him well enough yet. But hopefully, as time goes by. But me and Sam have had a few conversations, so we've got our own little thing, you know. So
Yeah.
it's like Cornish waves. We always call each other babes, you know, and that's another one. It's one of those context things. He did it to me ages ago, and I kind of reciprocated. And we just do it now. It's just a thing, you know.
Right.
But I wouldn't do that to Kent particularly, even though he calls us all darlings, you know.
That was you who did that to me earlier. I was like trying to have somebody call me babe earlier. What was it? It was you, Steve.
I think there's a
Son of a
difference.
bitch.
I think there's a difference of not being yourself around people and being yourself around people and doing both in a polite manner and
Right.
doing both in an impolite manner.
Yeah.
Can I
Because-
just make a point? Oh, it's something,
go ahead.
something personal to me, and I do say it to a lot of people. I'm pretty hard to offend these days because you choose if you want to be offended, and I choose not to be offended by pretty much 99% of what anyone says. So please do feel free to chuck it all at me. I don't care. But I don't do this to people because I know there are limits to certain people. So it's like the context thing again. But I just wanted everyone to know, and this is chat as well. Just you know, I don't care what you think really. I mean, you can say what you want. It just doesn't bother me.
But
Life's too short.
I mean, if we're being honest, everyone can sit here and look at Sam, right? And let's just say we're not on TV. We're all in a room.
He's down there. I can see you.
We're all in a room together. All of us, even chat, and we're all at this function. You could obviously see he has some involuntary things going on. What goes on in your mind? Any one of you, even in chat, what goes on in your mind if you meet Sam
At a doctor's office.
or no? I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, somewhere.
in person
Yeah.
at this event where we all kind of know each other, but we don't. What goes on in your mind? You know,
Me
What-
instantly looking
Yeah.
at Sam,
Do
I go,
you? Yeah.
that guy can take it.
okay. But do you go outside and go, okay, I can't really be myself? 'Cause
Oh,
I
no.
don't-
Can I tell you
Not me.
what I thought of
No?
Sam the first time I quote unquote met him? So it was our first Hardware Jam submission, and he happened to be the DJ for our song. And but before that, he had DJ'd a bunch of other songs before ours came up, and so I was watching him and stuff, and I'm like, I like this guy, but there's something about him he's hiding. That's not the true.
Panda Man.
Yes.
I said the same thing to myself. I said,
Yeah.
I said he's clearly stricken by rules here.
Yes, and I thought to myself, I want to know
Who the real Sam is.
Yeah, the real Sam.
Professional
Yeah.
Ace Sam.
the real Sam is because
Yeah.
there was just bits of pieces of him that would
Be held back.
escape
Yeah, yeah.
when he would say things, and I think Sam noticed that bits and pieces would escape, and then he would reel it back in. And I thank Cressy for telling him, bugging him or whatever,
Yeah.
to get him into our
Right.
stream, because we finally got to know the true Panda.
Yeah.
And I
Well, you
truly,
could tell he was being held back.
yes, and every time Panda is in our show, I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
this is the Sam
Yep.
Yeah.
that we all.
I think
love
he knew as soon as he
and
got here, he
know.
was like, "Oh, these
yeah.
fucking
yes.
idiots!
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
can be myself here."
my max potential.
My brethren. He called you guys my brethren.
Speaking of Sam, so remember when you guys were talking about this kid over here and how
Oh
he
yeah,
looks
his,
like him?
his long
And
lost
his
son.
shirt. I
Yeah.
saw a picture of Sam wearing tie dye, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's his future right there." Holy
I'm
crap!
telling you.
Sam
Tell me that does not look like that.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello,
That
Yeah.
is little Sam.
I'm saying.
I
And,
can't
he's sampling like Sam. He
Yeah.
moves like
Yeah,
Sam.
yeah, he's over here on Beat Lab sampling the cat, like
See?
getting ideas from all you guys, mind you. He got that idea from Jervis. He'd be watching.
See?
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right,
he's
yeah.
sharp kid.
I'm
Yeah.
telling
I'll
you.
always say it.
here it
Sam,
comes.
where were you the night of?
Yeah. What's up, Unity?
Can I just say hello, Ken, darling?
Hello.
Hello, Kent, darling.
What's Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello,
Yeah.
Unity as well.
You Get one of
I
those
say,
damn cameras.
I
man.
say,
Everybody's getting one now.
Well, the PTZ cameras, yeah, they're good.
The Octo.
Oh,
whatever
those,
the
they
hell.
make me nauseous.
Yeah,
So-
Sarah 2L has one, and then Sun has one too, and they're both really
Which one?
convincing on it. And I'm like, maybe
I
I'll get one
can't. No, every
because they
time.
move too
Yeah,
slow. Yeah,
what Kent-
you can
Kent
set it on
was-
different settings, can't you, to change the resistance of it so it's not following so
Yeah.
quickly. Yeah,
And
Oh.
you can make hand signals, and it does certain things as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
it does.
jeez.
Yeah.
yeah. It's crazy with gestures for sure.
And you can control it with a Stream
it-
Deck.
It's not working.
They're supposed
Oh,
to do
really?
something.
Oh, yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
Robbie do that yesterday?
No, no.
Yeah, Robbie did it yesterday.
Oh yeah,
fireworks.
when you're in OBS and you do this. And
There
then
you
goes, there
go.
goes.
Do
There it is.
Ow, my ass.
Oh,
Can't-
nice.
So it does it
Oh,
on
there-
here
there's
too.
Fred
Or?
there.
Yeah, you go.
He's like, oh, my ass. Oh, my ass.
So,
Kent
what
was-
depressing crap are we talking about tonight?
Well,
It's
not so
It's
Oh,
not
you know,
different.
life,
Never
death,
depressing,
Yeah.
Candace.
Oh,
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
It's not different. Kent was working on a synth. Oh my God. When is he working on a synth on the pubness thing? But it was, I believe, facing your backyard. It was that big window door. And you were sitting on, of course, dog bed like normal, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
And you kept moving, and the camera kept following you. And I'm like, I'm getting seasick. I can't watch this anymore. I'm like, I can't. I'm either going to watch and need to hurl in a bucket, or I just need to come back when he's done fixing this synth. It was just the movement was
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, but we were talking about, and I think Sam was going to answer. What does Sam do? Like, does he not be himself when he's at said function? What do you do, Sam? Do you take away something from yourself?
Oh, I'm quiet on first meetings. You believe it or not, because actually I'm gauging who you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. I
How
think
are we
if you
doing
was,
so far?
Good policy.
Oh, I think
You
Panda
know
found
who
his
you're
home
talking
here.
to.
And it goes back to what Kent was saying, right? Read the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although you have to maintain a certain degree of yourself, because you can't diss yourself
Yep.
Yeah.
on behalf of other people. If you see what I mean.
Too many
Still
people
be
do that.
you, but approach in increments.
Well, and that's what I was saying. Like you can still be yourself. There's a difference of being yourself politely and being yourself
exactly.
impolite.
Yeah,
I think we all do that when we go out for a date for the first time with a person you like. You want to be an onion per se. You want to peel back a layer at a time of
hell's a
who
date?
you really are and see how that person gauges this first layer.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people don't.
Right.
There are certain circumstances where that's all you're going to do anyway. You're never going to see him again, or it's not important to do any other layers. You're just going to go through that one layer, and that will be it. That will be goodbye, and then there's other times when you will want to dig a bit deeper. Should I say? Peel a bit more. No, that don't sound right. Sorry.
It sounds perfectly okay for this podcast, Steve.
What about
Peel
you?
away.
What about
Peel
you,
away.
Uni E? Did you ever have to
Sacrifice thyself.
not be yourself?
Oh, yeah. Quite often. I'm just getting out of learning how not to do that.
Oh wow.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like I said, it starts happening even more so, when you age, and then you're like, wait a minute, I don't give a fuck what these people think.
Well, that's a healthy attitude, actually.
I must have
I
missed-
think it's less giving a fuck and more finding my healthy boundaries now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I missed
find
that.
what works for you.
that memo of waiting until you get older.
Oh yeah,
Before you
yeah. It
get
happens for
fucked.
some people quicker
It,
than others.
it happened
for,
for
sure.
me early in life. I think I was in approaching 30s when I just didn't give a fuck, and I had friends. I would love when they say, when they would always ask me for my opinion, and then they would be like, but be honest. And I was like, okay, do you want me to be honest? Or do you want me to lie?
Yeah.
At which point I think to myself, fuck off. I'm going to be myself.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna go home then. See you later.
Saying to somebody, but please be honest,
Yeah.
you might as well be saying, could you please just stick this gun in my mouth and you just see what happens? You know?
What is it
Like,
about
to be
that?
honest with you, I'm not a fan of this conversation, so see you later.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. There you go.
But
Yep.
people starve to really. I wonder if people really do starve to know what they're like. Like, if you come out your ego for just a moment, for just one moment, and you ask a dear friend or a loved one, "Hey, genuinely, who am I, or what am I like as a person?" And be honest with me. I need to hear this for the first time of my life.
Right.
What am I like? Am I an asshole? Am I a nice person? And I would hope that there's a friend or a loved one out there that would really give it to the person and just tell them the truth.
Right.
Who's ever done that?
Quite honestly, I want you to all do it anyway. If I'm being an
Well, you're
idiot,
hoping to
tell
find
me,
out your
for
life
God's
partner,
sake.
right?
You know, just if I'm being an arsehole, which hopefully is very rare, just tell me.
Right.
You know, I want to know because I want to fix it. I don't want to be an arsehole. I want to be a good person.
Right.
So tell me, all of you, everyone.
Same here.
Unless there's a reason for you to be an asshole.
Well,
But normally the person that can take being told that they're being an arsehole
Justified.
are the kind of people who are aware of whether they're being an arsehole and prevent themselves
Yes.
from doing it.
Yes.
So it's actually a situation that never actually arises, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you have those that are so far into their ego, they don't want to hear anything other because they're always right per se.
Yeah, because if you get somebody who's just so far up their arse that when you talk to them you actually hear the echo, right? They're the people who are going to act like arseholes, and when you tell them they're acting like arseholes, they get offended and you're in the wrong.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
100.
These are the
100%.
people I'm editing
Yeah.
out of my
Yeah.
Facebook feed.
Yeah. But Biscuit said he was told one time that he was the stupidest clever person they've met.
No, sorry, I've got the award. I've got the certificate in the other room if you want to see it.
Yeah. There ain't
Love
nothing
those
like
backhanded
us.
compliments.
Apparently,
We cannot
Biscuit
believe how
took it away
stupid
from
this
you.
guy is.
Yeah.
If you don't, okay. Here's the thing about half God,
Always be-
half beast to me. Okay,
Half God, half biscuit.
when I first was aware of, and I've made my own assumptions. I don't need anybody to tell me who he is, right? But when I was first made aware of him, I was in hardware jams, and I would notice. This is before we submitted anything. This is when Unit E was telling me, go watch hardware jams. Don't worry about submitting anything. Just go watch and see what the environment is, right? So I would go in there and I would see half God, half beast. And that moniker, I always was like, who names themselves that?
Right.
But always had comments and always seemed to be very knowledgeable of every fucking piece of equipment out there. And always had this not this snarkiness, but literally wanting to help you sort things out.
Right.
You know? And was always like, ooh, this is a good jam. And it was never, and I've watched him for quite some time, he never said anything that would demean anyone, right? But often I would see him take things quite literally. And I go, okay, so he's that type of, in my mind, he's that type of person, you know? And then as we started to get into hardware jams and we're doing our thing, and then all of a sudden, I see this motherfucker in our chat, and I go, "Oh fuck, he's in our chat now." What's he gonna think of this?
Right,
you know,
right.
because he's very boisterous,
Right.
or very texturous,
Yeah.
He thinks you're all fucking crazy.
right? And I've seen him make comments, and I've seen people. Not to throw Sam under the bus, but I seen how Sam handles Biscuit on certain situations, because Sam knows who this individual is. I've seen Cresthead handle a Biscuit conversation in a certain way when you would think Biscuit maybe got the wrong idea of what was going on, or he was taking things too literal, or he would invest his emotions into it and not quite understand how we felt about him. And oftentimes or not, it seemed like he was a guy that if you said the wrong thing, he'd get his feelings hurt. Or if he said the wrong thing and he didn't know how you would take it, he'd have to hurry up and say, hey, I was just playing, or I was, you know? There seemed to be something highly unstable, but yet volatile, but lovable and full of information with this dude. And the more I got to know him, and if you think you can't know someone just by looking at their moniker and reading their text, no matter where you go on whose content is being created, you're sadly mistaken, because Biscuit Moon is the guy who puts his heart on his sleeve.
It's funny because he just said, I am oversensitive. I know that. And I just put it in the chat. But that's what we love about you.
That's what I come to love about this dude.
Yes.
I mean, that's the clever thing about chat is that when I started, using chat and YouTube, I think I started out with Sonic State, and I found that you say something, it could be really quite innocuous, nothing to do with whatever's going on with the show. Then you just say something, and you just see how different people react to what you've said. And you can gauge the people who are making a connection and people who are not. Right?
Yeah.
And then as time goes by, you see how certain people react to what you say, but they're also getting to know you through, the quips, the little jokes or whatever that you might be saying, or any opinions you might have on, any of the bits of equipment that was being talked about or something like that. And it only took a few weeks before I got a feel for the people I was talking to in the chat on Sonic State every week. And of course that's progressed to, other shows and stuff like that. And you get to know this group of people. It was very much the same with when I started doing the pubs. There was a few people that really, really didn't get it to start with, and sometimes would take what I'm saying as, deathly serious. I mean, I got this this private message from this guy, bless his cottons. I'm trying to remember what his handle was. It was really weird. It was one of those, unpronounceable ones, lots of letters together that make it looked like one of those automatic passwords on an Apple Mac. It had fucking everything
with
in it.
Symbols and numbers,
Sanskrit and and all this sort of thing. But he had taken enormous offence. I mean, enormous offence to something that I said on a pub, and it was based around something to do with what it was like with your first girlfriend, sort of thing. We were talking about that, and people were talking about all sorts of different things. They said, they didn't know how to talk to them. They go on their first date, they'd meet in the park or something like that. And it was all very tentative and everything like that. And I turned around and said, I wish that I had never believed what my first girlfriend told me, because it really did slow down my sexual expression and sexual experimentation for quite a few years after, where she told me that a woman can die if you finger bang her too hard. Right. Now I'm telling this. I'm doing this very. What's the word? I'm acting.
Right.
Yeah? I'm saying this very seriously. And now, unfortunately, I mean, everybody else in the pub knew I was just working up to a joke. Right.
Yes.
Right.
This guy over the head. Right. All four engines. And he private messaged me afterwards, and he was. And I tried to explain it and said, no, that's a joke. Well, there's nothing funny about it. Then this isn't for you. Bye. End of. Yeah. If he's offended by it,
Jeez, yeah.
that's his problem, not mine.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Uncle Jerry said, so I'm guilty of murder?
Yeah. Trust me, throughout history, no woman has ever died by being finger banged too hard. Trust me.
Right. As far as what we know,
Yeah. Well,
death by orgasm.
Oh, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's
Can't take you anywhere, Kent.
oh, this is no. I'm perfect. You can bring me into any room and I'm fine.
yeah.
But I will sort of like say, so where are the limits in this room?
Or you look for the person where you can reach your limits with, so you can have a good night.
Right.
Yeah,
Come over here.
shout
Come here.
out something innocuous and see who answers. You go,
Right.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Panda?
Come over here, Spawn. Come with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. Can you imagine Kent and Panda out in a town together? Oh,
I mean,
There's a guy in the
just-
corner with a panda
just
head on. I think I'll start over here.
Right.
But just to imagine them in a room too together, that they have to find themselves to even have a good time.
Well, how many of us do that when we go to parties? Like, we really don't know anybody, and you wait for the first person to speak that slightly resembles your interest or your persona or whatever you're into, and you naturally gravitate to that person.
Not me.
No.
Yeah.
You normally
No.
have, you have the
Definitely
standard
not me.
questions, don't you? When they're going, hi, I'm Ken, and all that sort of thing. Oh, yeah, well, hi, I'm, whatever. And they go, and what do you do for a living?
Right.
And I go, well, I sit in a dog's bed and repair 40-year-old equipment. Cool. See, these sandwiches look nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's,
So funny. The other day there was a guy. I think it was in this stream actually, and he just made the comment, "Kent, do you fix synthesizers?"
Oh, yes. Who was that? I saw that comment.
I think that was MXV.
Was
I
it
think I
MXV?
said,
Was it Max?
I think I said Google me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was MXV.
Did you say Google me, Kent?
I think I did because I go,
God.
I've always wanted to be able to say that.
Kent,
Yeah.
only big-headed fucks say
No,
that.
because the thing was, it was chat. It was chat. I couldn't do it like this.
Yeah.
I want to say
Google
it
me.
was MX, it was
Yeah.
MXV because he was like, is that Kent
Peasant.
Spawn? Like
He's the only new one here. Like that would say that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess
I just
that
think
would make
he
sense.
heard of you, and he's like, "There's no way Ken Spong's like what? Are you the Ken Spong that fixes?"
And it's funny, he posted that picture of the Jupiter 8s like right around that time too. So it's like the picture of the Jupiter 8s and his dog, and it's just the row of Jupiter 8. And he said, "This is the picture that broke the internet."
Yes,
it did.
yes.
Because what it was about that was, I put it up on my Facebook, right? And it was 2,000 people going, "Oh my God, that's like 150 grand's worth of Jupiter 8." And I'm like, "Oh wow, 8 Jupiter 8s." One guy goes, "What a beautiful dog." And then, yes, she isn't she? She's lovely. She's only 5. And, oh, she's so beautiful. What breed is she? And just this conversation about her. I mean, good man, you picked out the thing in the picture.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I love it when it's, off cuff. I
It's
love
like the
that.
jeans in the background of the commercial that had nothing to do with jeans.
Before we get any further in the conversation, there are people who did not see what inspired this ambient drone my brother and I are working on. So we pulled it up, and if you haven't seen this, you will tonight. And this is Steve's. I believe it's called the Second Beacon.
It's
Well,
called
it's Radio Lewisham.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lewisham is where I was born. I was born in a place called Lewisham Hospital, and I just made a fictitious beacon for a radio station that would have been there.
Okay.
Very nice.
An interval
Yeah.
signal.
And I just had the privilege to replay this over and over and over. I mean, you had no idea, Steve, but I knew right when I heard what you did, I really wanted to.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really, I'm
You gotta
chuffed to bits.
I love that piece.
It's one thing
Yes.
making music and making stuff, but when you get that kind of reaction, it's just there's a magic you can't quantify it. It's fantastic, absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic.
Right.
I'm really glad you like, and it's also inspiring me to make more of them, which I want to do anyway. But it's kind of, well, you know, they like this stuff. You're going to do some more.
Well,
Yeah, okay.
Well, it
yes,
has a home here.
please
Isn't
do
that always
more.
the thing?
Yes.
You make something and you go, it's okay.
Yeah.
And you have no idea the people out there that absolutely love it.
Yep.
Yeah. 'Cause it's so different.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
I can't say I did
Matt
that
grew up
because-
in Crofton Park.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I
up
think
the
he
road
was
from
raised
me.
by hedgehogs.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Matt.
he was asking. He was
So you
asking
know
you,
Lewisham? Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Steve, a question.
very quickly, sorry. Yeah, I was born in Lewisham, lived there for 3 years, and then we all moved to New Cross, which is just up the road, between sort of Peckham and Lewisham. And I spent 28 years there, growing up, going to school, and so on. And my life carried on from there. But yeah, I know Lewisham extremely well, and Crofton Park, obviously. So yeah, I'm a South East Londoner, ain't it? Come
Yeah.
on, Matt. What school did you go to? I got to ask him now.
Ask him.
He's saying he went to school in Deptford. So
He went to hedgehog school, no doubt.
let's see which one, because there is only two, or there were only two. Sadly, neither of them are there anymore. I went to both of them as well. Well, actually, there was three, wasn't there?
Oh, school
So
in
let's-
Deptford.
Addy and Stanhope, yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, all my friends went to Addy and Stanhope. I ended up in West Greenwich, which was just up the road. And after that, West Greenwich closed after 2 years, and I ended up in South East London Technical College school thing per place. It was awful. Anyway, I'll tell you my life story one other day.
When
Where
you
was
come
I?
on for the interview,
when
Steve.
you come on for the
God,
interview,
no,
Steve.
You want an interview?
Good old Greenwich,
so-
where the time's made.
Yeah, I'm stood either side of the Meridian line. You know, half me and that side. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Matt, yeah, come on
Sweet.
board, join. Okay,
maybe
let's
sometime. Maybe sometime.
play,
Sorry. Did you say something about the beacons? You were asking me about it, and I kind of interrupted. No. I can't remember.
No, I think you answered.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
answered.
you
Okay.
answered. Yeah,
As
yeah.
long as you got everything, that's good.
Yes. Yeah. We're gonna play this real quick. Hang on 1 second.
This is Radio Lewisham. 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 This is Radio Lewisham.
I mean, there is something that
It's something about that.
I still to this day can't put my finger on it, but it is so right. It's just so right, Steve. And
Cheers, man. If anyone's curious, the Morse code in the background does actually say Radio Lewisham. It's just you know, it's because I can do Morse code because I'm a radio ham, and I love Morse code. It's a certain thing you cannot impart the magic of talking to someone in Morse code. It's just a magical thing, and any radio hams would know this, but any radio hams into CW or Morse, I should say.
That's funny because when we sit here and play, I always tell my brother, no one notices it, no one at all, other than my brother, because I had to notify him. But
I think Tracker Jack noticed it and didn't say
maybe
anything.
Tom noticed it, but I would sit here. I would sit here and do SOS.
Right, gotcha.
I would do SOS, SOS, and no one picked up on it. But I always thought that was a fun little thing because you never know who's picking up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't say I never ever picked up on it, funny enough, but there you go. That's just one of those
But
things.
that's the beauty of it, though. Like that,
Right.
what you did there.
Easter eggs.
Oh,
but-
Tracker said no, he didn't notice.
Oh, okay.
But it's fun, though. It's fun throwing things out there because you never know who's paying attention.
And it's funny who you draw inspiration from.
Exactly.
Because, and I don't even think.
Tracker said, or I would have called the cops.
Yeah. It's like, oh shit, Lamar's in trouble. Lamar's in trouble. What's the number to 911 in Indiana?
Well, you just said it.
Yeah.
911 in Indiana.
Like a lot of people don't know who inspires them, right? So 2 things happened to me. Well, 3. Steve, you, and you know, it's funny because when Unit E is mentoring me through the music, he's not imprinting what I should be or who I should be. The only thing he's ever told me and taught me is this is how things work. And this is what you can get out of them. And you don't need to know all of it, just the things you need to know.
Right.
Right? Because you want to get busy, you want to get creative. And so throughout that process, I'm like, I don't know what artist I want to be. I struggled with it for a long time. I mean, I was playing EDM type things and that was cool, you know, but then a few things happened. 1, Synchrotron. 2, Sin Seeker, Luke. And listening to how they do their style and how I loved everything about their style, but didn't want to take it in fully, but seeing how you can just create different things. So I was like, okay, I'm closer to what I want to do. Then of course I hear Steve's, the Lucius, right? And then I hear something else that just drove me up the wall. And I heard Uncle Chrome's. Now, I can't describe, I guess I can, but I don't know the name of the song. He played
which one?
He played it on a popcorn night.
This past one?
No.
Oh.
I think it was like 4 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
I know what you're talking about.
And it was of people whispering and random
And the
chatter.
little figures. Yeah.
Yes. And I thought to myself, I said, okay, I know I like drones. I know I love like these weird video game-esque melodies. And I always paid attention to what you were doing on the bass, right? And I'm like, well, that's it. That's what I'm going to do, you know? And you just gather all of these things from people to help you go, who are you, what are you, and what do you find easy to make, and you just love it. You know, you don't, like Sam was saying, you don't want to mimic people to the point where, oh yeah, that's me. that's them, but I'm doing it, you know? You still want to have your
signature,
your
own style.
And it's funny because James Dyson in Discord posted, and I always heard Kent talk about this person. I had no idea who he was, but I believe it was Vangelis, if I'm saying the name right. And he posted it. He posted it today, and I went to go look at it. And when I was listening to it, I'm like, well, shit, I hear James Dyson. Like it's it's not a spitting image of James Dyson, but I hear some James Dyson. And I was like, oh, I hear some Kent now. And now I hear some Robbie. And I'm like, all these people you play with, they've brought something in from somewhere.
From their own inspiration
and
source.
someone else, you know? And everyone is searching for their identity. But how many times do you go and you listen to something and you go, oh, Unit E sounds like such and such right now.
Right.
You know, you're not knowing any inspiration in which he drew everything from. Or you're like, oh, Panda sounds like Fatboy Slim, which I could say that a lot sometimes, you know? But then also he starts to sound like Crystal Meth a little bit. And you're like, well, what the fuck just happened? Or then Sam goes down to fucking, I don't know, 60 beats a minute. And then now you don't even know what you're listening to, you know?
Panda's like a chameleon.
Well, I think we all are, because we draw inspiration from the ones that we get inspiration from.
But you have no idea you did that to someone.
Right.
Or for someone.
Right.
You know?
But music can't be too much. It can't ever be trapped in the box. You'll never find it in the box. You could have a perfect example. You could have a hardcore death metal head like James Hetfield from Metallica. And the dude just loves like soft music. Like he loves things that are not always death metal. So you'll never have a box where where you'll draw inspiration from.
The perfect example of that is Violent J from Insane Clown Posse, and listening to him jam out on old like soul music and even like other stuff before that. It's like, whoa. It's crazy.
The song that you were talking about for Uncle Chrome was I posted it in the link. It's the Purple Funk 2.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Can we play that
people.
so people can? Is it a long song?
Oh, that reminds me. That one I sent you yesterday.
It's in the link. Yeah. Yes, Ken.
Delete it.
Delete it.
Why?
Why?
Well, anytime somebody says delete something, it's
We
not
play
good.
it.
No,
It's
seriously.
too-
I think it's about 3 days long. Honestly, it's.
Oh, but we'll
it's
stop it.
Stupid long.
Yeah, we
He
can
said
always stop it.
It's about 3 days long.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, no, it's long. I think it's about 14 minutes or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can always stop it at 7 minutes,
Jesus.
and people will get the gist of it.
Yeah, but then if it
No,
doesn't
you won't, 'cause it
stop,
constantly
then-
changes.
Yeah. No.
Damn it.
If it's your
constantly
music,
changes.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
How about this, Kent?
14 minutes
How about
sometimes
this?
ain't long enough from you.
7 minutes for one Friday, and then the next Friday we do a continuation.
No, you
No,
gotta
because
get
then
the
you-
whole
yeah.
thing. You can't
Yeah,
do
you
that.
break it up and you don't know what you were invested in.
Why do you got to make such long shit, Kent?
But
we
who
pull the
cares
chat?
about the time? Like what?
I eat a lot, all right?
Ask the chat if they want to hear it.
You're right.
Yeah,
Oh,
the chat.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
When did we
Lim,
start caring about
Have you
time?
watched that Mighty
Because we have a
CS80
show.
video yet?
Which one? This?
The
Oh
Mighty
no,
CS80 video.
no.
No,
Okay.
no.
Yeah. We gotta watch it.
But Marilyn says it a lot too, and Cresthead says it too. If you just shut up and start going into the music, you got plenty of time.
Thank you.
And he says, yeah, delete it. What are we talking about? No, I don't want to hear it. Delete it.
And then you got
Shout out
that.
to you,
Yeah,
Andy,
you
for
don't hear
a
it. You
cool
don't hear it.
live stream last night. I enjoyed that. Or what would be
This morning.
No, because it breaks
yeah.
it breaks the rules, doesn't it? Because the
No,
other one broke the
can't-
rules.
Ken, I just looked at it. It says it's 7 minutes and 44 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go.
I might have sent you the wrong one anyway.
Oh my God, Kent, for fuck's sake.
This motherfucker here, boy, I tell you, it's something special. Little hog riding son of a bitch.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it says Fleet of Worlds, and when I go and download it, it says 7 minutes and 44 seconds.
Yeah, it's from that Ringworld soundtrack to the film that doesn't exist.
Oh.
So
That's
is
what
it
that's
supposed to be 7 minutes and 44
I
seconds?
really don't know.
Well, we're gonna play it Friday.
I was under the impression it was
Yeah.
14 something.
Well, it's
No.
getting played Friday. There's no take backs.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it's
God.
7:44.
Do you?
Unless you want
Yeah,
to send me another one.
If I can jam with my shirt off, you can play a 14-minute song.
Thank you.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you, Panda.
Yourself.
Go ahead.
That sounds like the Chrome fucking video. Can we play that Chrome video, please? So people can see where I got some inspiration from another song I created. I think people, we have people that's new here. They haven't heard this.
It's gonna be hard to queue up on my phone because it's like in the middle.
Oh, I got you.
Of it.
I got you.
It's one of his blimpity theater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's all.
things.
It's all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it's the funky. It's the purple funky 2.
Go to Chrome's channel and
Yeah.
look up the.
It's linked in the chat.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
she,
that's
even,
cool.
she made it
Check it
easier
out then.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to go. My other half's due in any minute, and I've got to tidy the front room.
Before you get in trouble.
I'll still get in trouble. We just don't know
How's
what
that
for.
thumb feel?
Yeah.
Firm me up now. That's it. Lovely chatting.
Yeah. Thank you,
Bye,
Sam.
Panda.
And you,
Sam.
babe. Take care, babe.
Take care, Panda.
That's
Take
too
care,
funny.
baby.
Oh, dear.
You know, back in the 70s in the States, that wasn't, you know, at least in the black community, they'd go around, say, baby.
Oh yeah.
Say, blood. Say, brother.
Say, baby.
Can you dig it, baby?
Yeah, I dig it.
Butter me down to the greens on the ham hock side. You know, shit like that. As if I were around, you know, in the early 70s. Like I would know, Kent.
Yeah, I would. I fear.
I just watch a lot
He
of good
said I
movies.
fear.
Yeah, well, well, shit, you were only like, what, 5 years old at the time? What are you?
No.
He's like, no.
Oh, hang on a minute.
1970, you weren't that old, Kent. You were a goddamn kid.
I'd be 8.
Yeah. You're acting like you're freaking 80 over here.
No, mate, I live in England. I was 8. I'd be working down to Pitt.
Let me ask you guys this.
I'd be in the
owe
mine.
money.
Let me ask you guys this: was disco and afros in the 70s just as big as over the pond as it was in the States?
Disco?
Like platforms, bell bottoms.
Oh,
Oh,
massive.
yes, totally.
Jesus Christ, yeah,
Damn,
was
sure.
it?
Wow.
Oh man, PVC, bloody Max, and the whole shebang,
Butterfly collars and
Eric, the works, mate, the works.
Yeah.
oh wow.
It was something to be said about the disco era and Terry Hurd, right? I guess we all know who Terry Hurd is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who doesn't
Rings a
know
bell.
who Terry Hurd is, raise your fucking hand.
How are you supposed to be able to see?
I can watch then. Not the chat. I can't see the chat.
Look,
Look,
Steve's
you're
like
Steve.
subtle. Don't.
He's
no.
like, right, baby.
You got homework, Steve.
he was
Go
like
look up
this.
I
Terry
do
Hurd.
recognise the name, but I can't tell
Yeah.
you who he is. I've got no idea.
He's supposedly the
The
grandfather of House.
techno or
Yeah.
House. Yeah.
I thought he was a basketball
yes,
player,
yes,
to be
I saw a
honest. with
video
you.
I saw a video about him and all the stuff. Yeah, a little while ago.
Not the basketball player.
Is it Larry?
I'm not good with.
That was Larry.
No, not Larry Bird.
remembering-
Not Larry
It's
Bird.
Terry Hurd, right?
Is it
Chargers.
Terry or Larry?
Or is it Larry Hurd? Terry Hurd? Unit E, who is it? Terry or Larry?
You mean Larry? Mr. Fingers.
Larry.
Larry
Larry.
Hurd.
Yeah.
Yes, disco.
Tracker got it. He says, you mean Larry Hurd,
Yeah,
Mr.
Larry Hurd.
Fingers.
Mr. Fingers.
Yeah.
Yes, let's see. Disco's responsible for me wandering around with bright orange, skin-tight flared jeans. And the flares were so big you could literally make another pair of jeans out of them.
Oh, wow.
Kent was the one in Cressy's video.
Oh,
Yes.
frantically searching for a job with a huge package.
Yeah.
No, that was
All I
Chris,
needed
yeah.
was the big tash, you know, going down
Yeah.
there and everything like that. You go, hi, baby.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
Why does
Awful.
Kent's accent change when his voice goes?
It always
lower?
does.
Always.
Shit.
Yeah, it's like when I'm singing in the house, it just goes
Yes.
down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. Okay, baby.
Oh man.
Yeah, the porn stash. That's
The
the
porn
one.
stash. I
porn
just saw
stash.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
The old Ron Jeremy.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Oh,
I've
mate.
met one, Jeremy.
I met him.
Wow.
I
Really?
talked to him for a little bit. Yeah, the Gathering of the Juggalos.
What, up face to face or from behind?
It was
makes
an
a big
interesting
difference.
conversation.
Oh.
Jeez.
Don't go meeting your heroes, Viral.
Did you wear gloves?
He
when you
wasn't my
shook his
hero. I
hand?
just happened to run into him, and he just happened to work with somebody I was doing business with at that time. So I was talking to him.
Did you
Yeah,
wash your hands after you shook his hand?
I did not shake the man's hand.
Oh, thank God.
You know,
Even
he
an elbow
understood.
bump.
go, "Oh, that's
No,
not your
because
hand."
he would have conversations. It's crazy because he'd have conversations in the middle of conversation. He'd step off with some chick, do something, and then come right back to the conversation like it was nothing. He just kept
tell us
doing
more.
that throughout the whole thing. I'm like, the hell?
Damn.
Yeah, he's a weird guy like that, and I'm like,
Wow.
You're like, no, I ain't shaking your hand.
Isn't it ironic that
Hell
he
no.
I'm not sure that's your hand.
Alzheimer's? Yeah.
well,
developed
he didn't
dementia.
remember working with my partner, and it had just been like I think 8 months or maybe like 5 months prior to that, and did a whole. He did voiceover for an album for the Underground Hustlin' compilation or whatever. He did the introductions to the songs that were coming up or whatever, and my guy went all the way down to his place or whatever and recorded it. He had no memory of that even happening. It was just a few
Wow.
months prior to that, and I'm like, God, man, you must have a really interesting life. You know, he got pictures and video of the whole thing. It's like, man, I wish I had it on me so I could show him. Hey, yeah, you don't remember this?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. I mean, well,
yeah.
he's fully blown with dementia now. Like he's gone.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It makes sense now. You know what I mean?
How
Right.
old is he now?
Oh God. He's got to be in his 70s, right?
I'm surprised he's still alive.
Got to be more than that. Got to be more than that. Matt, by the way, mate, while you're in the chat, have you thought about stitching them all together to make just one video?
What are we talking about?
Oh, he's been putting up these little snippets from the pub.
Oh,
I was just thinking about if you put them end to end, and then see how many people it kills.
Well, then there you go.
Because I'm in half of them, and I'm killing myself laughing. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. I go, I didn't say that, did I? Good
yes, you did.
shit.
I bet you say that a lot, don't you?
I
didn't
Yeah.
say
I
that,
didn't say
did
that,
I?
Did I?
Yeah, I got such a bad memory.
I didn't say that, did I?
That's my excuse. I didn't say that. That wasn't. No. Somebody looked like me.
That wasn't me, was it?
No.
Yes, it was. And yes, you did say that.
Oh, I did. There you go. See, I forgot that and all.
I don't imagine Unit E has much to gripe about over there on the mainland of Hawaii. Do you? E?
It's very isolated.
You're in Hawaii? That's cool.
Yeah.
So you're in the past more than anybody else is. You know, everybody's talking about West Coast being in the past. You know, Hawaii is behind us
Yeah,
by a
we're
few
just
hours.
about the last, I guess, time zone. It's American Samoa, and those places I think are the last one before it flips.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're behind everyone. It's what time?
And
Way
we're
behind
currently enjoying what they call warm snow.
Yeah,
Essentially, it's rain,
Surf.
basically. It's supposed to be snowing, but it's not.
Wasn't there a volcano that just erupted in Hawaii?
still going. We're gonna
Oh,
go
it's still
see it.
going?
I think next weekend when Deepa gets back, we're gonna go drive over there.
Which one is it?
Kilauea, the same one.
Oh, okay.
You're going to drive closer to the volcano.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna go
Doesn't it
walk
make
up to the
sense?
edge of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see,
Americans
Walk
don't
up
make
to the
sense.
edge of
They're
it, look
just,
down
you
in.
know.
Yep.
That's going to be our future here in Washington when all these ones start going off.
Oh, yeah.
They're talking about atoms over here. They just pulled a bunch of geologists off the other ones to survey. So there's been a lot of rumblings about atoms. Apparently, that one's the big
Waking
worry.
up.
Very
That's
What's
right
that, what's
behind
that
St.
one that
Louis.
we could see from our apartment?
Rainier.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big one.
Yep.
Yeah, we could see Mount Hood and Mount St. Helens from here,
Okay.
but
I'm
Mount
looking forward
Mount
to it.
Adams is right behind Mount St. Helens. So, and that's going to be Mount Hood and Mount Adams are going to be the next ones to really go. You know,
Is it the Yellowstone one that's
Super volcano.
super
Yeah, that's the
volcano?
one.
It's like if
That's
that
the
goes
one.
up.
Yeah, every
That's
month's
not
done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what they call a catastrophe right there.
You would hope to live in the States if that one goes because you won't live as long.
through the fallout.
Yeah,
Through
you just
but
gone.
the crops it's going to kill and the global
temperature.
cool down, it's going to just slowly take everyone out, which is wild to think about that the earth can do that to itself.
That's another reason why we're moving here, is because any small catastrophe in this town, our only way out are the I-5 and the 205 across the bridge. And then if we were to travel up the Lewis and Clark Highway, the 14, that's at the base of the mountain. So if anything happens, then everybody's going to be trying to get out that way. And then there's no getting across the bridge. And then if you go up north, you're driving to the danger, so there's no getting up there.
And that bridge is a shit show regardless without an emergency.
The 5, they said if a small earthquake happens, the 5 will collapse, and that's why the Biden infrastructure bill or whatever is replacing that, and they've been on it right away, so they've been closing it down every weekend and everything like that, and they've already gotten started on it. It's been long in the making.
We've had a couple earthquakes
here.
We have a couple earthquakes here in Indiana,
which is rare.
We just had one, didn't we?
Yeah, one 2 nights ago, and another one probably 3 or 4 nights ago.
They're pretty common here.
Living on an active volcano, I would.
Yeah.
I live in London. We had a strong
I gotta
wind yesterday.
hear everything.
Yeah.
How strong was your wind?
Oh, trees moved slightly.
Oh, jeez, Kent, for fuck's sake.
Wow. Are you sure that just wasn't you farting?
No. No,
it was wind actually.
Yeah,
ran
it was quite a wind.
Yeah.
There was twigs moving and everything. We were holed up, and we got groceries in for 2 weeks. We should be all right.
Oh my god!
You should try down here on the coast.
Well, yeah, we always know when the coast is going to get it because all the seagulls turn up. They go, "Oh, there's a storm on the coast." All the seagulls come inland. He goes, "No, why should we put up with that shit?"
And
We have the similar thing, but it's all the homeless on the other side of the island living in the jungle. When the hurricanes hit, they all run over to this side of the island.
Oh my god! And
yeah, but are they sitting on the fence trying to pinch your sandwiches? That's the thing.
No, they're picking the fruit in your yard, though.
Oh, right, okay.
And Emotion's hilarious. She said, "Sorry, Kent, that was me farting."
Oh yeah,
it was you, Anna. Oh, okay. I actually thought it was a genuine storm. I didn't know. So.
And Emotion gets out there,
next time.
Gets drunk, starts farting, and kicking over beer bottles.
That's it. And then they have a wind crisis over my kids.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. Unit E, Hawaii and homeless, but technically Hawaii's homeless. Like you were telling me, they have a food source, right? They have avocado. They have
fishing. There's plenty of food growing on trees all over the place, and a lot of wild trees. So you can get avocados, coconuts, big avocados the size of your face. You know, they're just mangoes, guavas.
Yeah, they're huge.
If there was a disaster, you could feed yourselves. It wouldn't be a problem.
It wouldn't sustain the island because nobody's really making efforts here to help sustain. There are some farms and whatnot, but through the wild growth, no, not with the population.
Shame.
Yeah. Everyone would have to put a lot in, and sustainability is pretty. It's possible, but you have to do like neighborhood farms, you know, co-ops in neighborhoods. That would probably be the best way to feed areas. If they designated and everyone took care, then yeah, we absolutely could. But you got to get them to get up and do it.
Well, it would take a disaster to get them to do it.
Yeah,
and by that time it's too late.
I read yesterday
you do have the oceans.
About they have outbreaks. They're having outbreaks of scurvy in school children in France at the moment.
What?
Yeah, you remember the 17th century sailor disease?
Yeah, scurvy.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you believe it? Oh yeah, the poorer households, their children are suffering from scurvy. And you're going, what the hell is going on?
Damn.
Nobody should be.
Wow.
Isn't that why we called lime use by the Americans? Because it was something to do with rubbing it on his skin as a cure.
Yeah, you eat the lime because scurvy is caused by a catastrophic vitamin C deficiency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you go, well, you know, come on, buy the kids an orange now. But they haven't got enough money to buy the orange.
Let them suck on a lemon.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
That's wild. That we can still put people, like, that's the thing about human society, is we can still just torture each other for no apparent reason, just to do it.
Gosh, the guy say kids aren't eating fresh fruit.
Yeah.
A lot aren't.
But
a lot of civilizations today are as two-tier, or the distance between the two tiers is almost as big as it was in medieval times. And
But
when
is
you
it-
think of it like that, and you go, "Fuck, what are we doing?"
Yeah.
But should we say should we say that differently and not say kids aren't eating fresh fruit and instead say
We're not feeding.
parents
Parents
aren't
aren't parenting
feeding
properly.
fresh
Well,
fruit?
parents haven't
Right.
got the money to buy the fruit because the
Yeah.
fruit is costly
Mm-hmm.
compared
Yeah, a
with
lot
It's
of
a fruit,
a lot of
it's
people's
a fruit.
situations are different.
But-
yeah.
Well, I don't know over in the UK, but here in the States, if you go to any Kroger, there's a stand in the produce section. And I'm pretty sure it's Kroger is our grocery store, one of our grocery stores. And I'm pretty sure they have them in all of them because I've seen them in every single one that I've walked in. There's a stand that's always full of different fruits and vegetables, and they are free for any kid
Yeah.
And that's the thing,
that
though.
walks in there.
And it goes back to a lot of it goes back to the parents. But I was watching this 60-minute special with people that are on EBT, and a lot of the mothers are health conscious, and some of the fathers, and they go, I would like to get the fruit, but unfortunately, I have to get things like meat, these some of these vegetables, and the things that my kid will eat.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them, just that they're not privileged to even force them kids to eat what they need them to eat, and they're just there getting what they have to get. So I think it goes back not to just to the parents, but the situation, because you never know what somebody's situation is.
It's a compound problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
there's this distancing between the politician and the people.
Yeah.
And this
Well,
is probably
Robert-
how this has come about in France. That they've been fucking around and they go, "Oh, don't worry about the homeless people. We haven't heard anything from them, so things must be all right." When it's
Right.
not, and they're not
When
going to
they're
bother
dying.
going looking. And
Yeah.
the homeless people can't come to to Paris and sort of like go, "Oh," because the police arrest them because they're agitators.
Robert F.
Bankrupt.
Kennedy here, that Trump appointed to the health sector. The FDA is starting to give him so much pushback because now he's advocating for schools to have better, healthier lunches for children. No more of the bullshit. He's trying to force the government to stop serving soda.
That's the same thing Michelle
Like-
Obama tried to do
Yeah,
too, but it didn't
right.
last too long either.
And he's saying how sugar is killing us and we don't need to be serving this and that. And he's getting so much pushback from the
Right.
sugar gang.
Right. Because
Like-
look what he's saying.
Right.
It's like his dad.
Right.
We will kill you if you try to take our money from us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Food Service of America
Which I
is a
don't think
really, really big
we
corporation.
just follow the money.
Yeah, it's a very big
Oh, yeah.
corporation.
It's,
And
it's the largest drug industry in the world.
And it's
Yeah.
all ran by the same system, the social system. You ever look at your kid's lunch and look at an inmate's lunch? There's not much
Yeah.
discerning from it
Provided
because
by the same company.
the same system.
The state.
Yep.
Right.
And then so if you want, and we all know each state is independent, right, when it comes to resources. But we also know that each state has an abundance of resources that it can delegate or allocate funds to making better school lunches.
Right.
They wasted it on a whole lot of other shit.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me you don't have the funds to make school lunches more healthy.
And it's funny because once this whole Ukraine war popped off, we've sent so much money to Ukraine. We could have cured poverty in the U.S.
Billions.
twice
Yeah.
over.
They're just talking about sending more to Israel.
political
too,
gain in
like all
curing
that.
poverty.
And it's like, God, it's I think
No,
it's like
it's
6
not.
billion or something. It's like,
Yeah,
Right.
it's crazy. Like, why are our priorities fucked like that? Where we need to go put our nose in someone else's business when we have our own issues here?
They call that interest.
No special interest.
Very special interest.
Yeah.
And when you're in politics, you be mindful. See, that's one thing. People say a lot about politics, but we don't know how far deep we're in it.
Right.
We lose one asset overseas, and we don't even know how bad that can cripple us, especially when it comes to the intel and keeping most of our countrymen in other foreign countries safe.
But that's the oligarch system that the U.S. is like proudly inherited, right?
Not just the U.S.
Well,
This is-
no, I'm
yeah.
saying it inherited.
Yeah.
It used to be. I believe to the day it used to be a democracy, right? And I hope we don't go down this road, but people's votes were abundantly clear and they counted. Now, do I think votes count? Absolutely. Do I think they counted the way they used to count? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think we let lobbyists and special interest groups and people not from this country put their foot in further than we should have, and we don't know how to boot them out.
Well, it's
Ketchup is a vegetable.
a factor of a few things, like the with the special interests and everything. It's like a Citizens United, the two-party system, like all those factors are like it's like, yeah, you're voting, but you're given a false choice. You know what I mean? Every single time, and it's always, you know. And I don't want to really get. I know we're not supposed to get into politics or whatever, but you know, one of these things here, you know, people talking about, oh, why did this happen this way, and why did Biden lose? It's like, well, because they inserted him, you know, when he was losing, and it was just him, Andrew Yang, and a few other people. And I know that I paid more attention because I campaigned for Andrew Yang, you know what I mean? So that's where my politics lie. But he was like in the top echelon, and then they had Buttigieg and Klobuchar drop out and throw their support behind Biden. So that's how he entered into the system. So a lot of people are like, okay, well, they weren't really given a choice, and there wasn't an open convention, you know, after he did what he did, and you know, threw Harris up there and everything. And you know, that's just the political spectrum and thing happening. But like, the voters weren't given a choice in any of that. They weren't given a choice of how the parties organize and orchestrate their whole thing and then say, here's what we have for you. And we're like, oh, well, we'll get behind our party and do it. And it's like, why are people getting behind political parties at all?
Yeah.
You know
Nothing ever lines up for the fucking people.
No.
There
Especially
shouldn't be any political parties at all anyway, to begin with, you know,
because
and take
you're
the
supposed to
money
be
out.
you're supposed to be the United States. It's hard to be united when you have bureaucrats and lobbyists. I'm just going to say that.
You got the haves and the have-nots, you know. And
Yep, the have and the
are
have-nots.
like, here, have-nots, you know, vote on, you know, how the haves are going to orchestrate this whole society, you know.
And if
I
I have
like,
billions,
oh, well, we should, you know.
And if I have billions of dollars, I'm going to tell you what I want best for this country. And
Well,
no one's going to stop me.
Kosh Takai said, and sugar is like the worst thing ever, and it's in everything. He said even ketchup has sugar.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
isn't
everything.
it?
It's you
Why?
can't literally pick up anything on the shelf and it not have
Sugar in it.
added sugar in it.
Yeah.
Even like
Sweetened with corn syrup, too.
yeah,
Corn syrup's like such a big thing
Highly
these
addictive
days.
drug, and if you put it in everything, you buy more of that product.
oh yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
well, yeah.
There was a study we read. Gosh, I wish I could find it again so we can share it with everybody. But they did. I don't know how many people they did this study on, but they were doing CAT scans of the brain.
Oh, yeah.
And I forget what specific drug they used to see how the brain would react to this drug. And then it was sugar.
Mm-hmm. It was a multiple of drugs, but sugar was the one that lit up the brain.
Yeah. And
like
sugar.
a Christmas tree.
Yes. When the person had sugar ingested, was heroin? Yeah. The brain was stimulated so much more than I forget what drug that was.
It was a crazy.
Using.
I was like, oh my God, it did that over that. I
Yeah.
know it was a bunch of crazy drugs.
Yeah. And they had the pictures of the CAT scans of it was insane. But even ketchup. You go get spaghetti sauce. Tomatoes have natural sugars in there. Why do we have to add
Here's
more
one
sugar?
thing, Mads. Here's one thing. As a kid, remember this, and I'm glad we got Dr. Synth in the house. Do y'all remember this? You go to the dentist, and if you were good, what did you get at the end?
Oh, you got a lollipop or
At the
something.
That's so
fucking
crazy.
dentist.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yep.
Just to ensure what? Business?
No, to ensure the sugar.
Right. Ensure what?
Business. But not only that, to keep the kid calm and collected, because you got to have his sugar.
Oh, Dr. Sent said, I got a toy.
He got a toy
Nice.
for like.
Oh, he
going to
got
the-
toys for kids.
That was cool. I mean, I always
Read that
remember
any way
getting,
you want.
Huh?
Yeah.
What'd What'd you say, Ken? What do you say?
Nothing. Move on.
Read that into what you
Probably
want.
something. Yep.
Probably something super
Something
appropriate.
spongish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what'd you get? Dildos?
Been sponged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve
I
Rebel said
remember
a toy drill.
A toy
Google me.
drill.
Yeah. I remember getting fucking candy every time I went to the dentist.
Yeah.
They
but it's
always
just,
gave me candy.
sugar is it's just everywhere in everything. I remember we went to go get we were shopping and we were hungry, but we didn't want to go to fast food or
Right.
anything like that. We saw hard-boiled eggs, or no, deviled
devil's eggs,
deviled
yeah.
eggs, and we're like, oh, let's just get deviled eggs. There wasn't many in there. Perfect snack before we
21 grams of sugar in it.
Why?
And it's like it's an egg, motherfucker. Do I need to have sugar
mayonnaise,
in my
probably.
eggs?
Why are we adding?
It was more grams in those deviled eggs than ice cream.
We're like, what the
They
hell?
were yummy
Why are-
though, weren't they?
I bet
Yeah,
you they
but-
were,
yeah.
but we didn't buy
know.
them.
Yeah, we did not get them
I just-
shits.
I just had this conversation recently with a son, and we were talking about the generational thing, and as far as like sugars and stuff like that goes, and even some of the recipes like that my grandmother passed on to me called for like a cup and a half of sugar or something like ridiculous, and I'm just like, I replaced the recipe and use coconut for the sweetener instead.
Right.
And it works out, save the dish, but it just reminds me of the conversation that we were having, and that the fact that my dad and like the boomer generation or whatever, they grew up in the if it feels good, do it generation. You know, you didn't care about, or we weren't aware of the consequences of ingesting all this sugar and putting all this crap into our bodies, and now it's like in our DNA, because how long and how many generations we've been, you know, pumping this sugar into our kids, you know, and as adults even, you know, it's really difficult to shop for food, you know, in a logical sense that'll both provide you with the nutrition you need and like not be filled with poisons, because the supermarkets are so filled with all this other crap. You have to dig for the stuff that is going to be you know, my wife and I have been struggling every month trying to figure out how
to
we're
get
gonna,
around it
for all three of us, you know, because she's a type 1 diabetic. We got little Tussin over here, and I'd survive off of pretty much rice and nuts and stuff like that, you know what I mean? We dig out of the bins, and that's pretty much what I get. And since the egg thing's out of control, like that was my only thing that I ate really. And we do like red meat or whatever, like once every few weeks or whatever. But like we're still trying to find a balance, but like the sugar is just in everything.
Now I'm gonna ask you guys this.
Like everything.
Now I'm gonna ask you guys this. I'm gonna ask you this.
Okay, there's a before you do that, because I don't want to forget, for Viral Beats, I'll probably send you a private message in Discord, but there's a book that completely changed our lives in regards to sugars. It will help your wife tremendously.
Yeah.
Cool.
Tremendously. It was written by a scientist. It's been backed by multiple research. Amazing book. I will send you the link.
Proof is in the
Oh,
pudding.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I'm gonna ask you guys this. Do you not believe in mind control? With all what we said, does mind control exist?
For sure.
Oh yeah. Davey said sugar equals $1 billion industry.
And
Probably a trillion.
trillion
And the
dollars.
rest.
'Cause-
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
worldwide. And
Oh,
if you think the sugar game is not as big as the pharmaceutical game, then you got another thing coming.
Why can't we break ourselves away from sugar? Why can't we break ourselves away from alcohol? Why can't we break ourselves away from cigarettes? Why can't we break ourselves away from the things that are so toxic and deadly, and yet it's easy to come by? If
You know,
I always say, if you don't believe in mind control, then what is going on? If you don't think the government is doing things to us and we can't seem to break the tide, what is going on?
And the perfect example is that.
Why don't we rebel?
And a perfect example of that is all the commercials, all the news outlets, It's all focused and narrowed in on one agenda. And everybody, not everybody, but again, I'm going to go back to the most amount of people. Most people are fully aware of what's going on.
Right.
And you're right. If you're fully aware of what's going on,
why don't we stop it and corrupt these industries?
At what point do you have to look at yourself and your friend and go, enough is enough?
We're just good with it.
Have we become that complacent as a human society where we are now surrendering our own very lifeblood, our own very health to fit their narrative because we're too lazy to do anything about it?
But I think that's our fault, though, right? Because
that's what I'm
saying.
No, I'm saying like not our fault in the sense that yes, we want to change it, but we're not changing it within our kids, right? So we always complain that people are lazy, we're not making the right choices, but yet we don't teach our kids the right choices.
But the kids ain't gonna learn if we don't teach ourselves and show them.
Right, exactly. If
we're not accountable in doing it, our kids is gonna be like, fuck it, if you ain't doing it, why should I do it?
No, but I disagree with that because there's a lot of adults who do it, who do make the effort for change, who do make the effort to eat better, who do make the effort to work out, but yet will be more than happy to feed their kids shit.
Right.
And not make them go outside and work out, right? I mean, and why? Because that's part laziness on the parent. They don't want to get up and make them a nice, healthy meal. So they're there's parents out there who do it for themselves. And yes, you're teaching by example, but yet you're not teaching them.
And that'll also go to a certain cutoff with kids, though, because when kids become rightful age of where they can do it themselves, not every kid goes, oh, just because mom does that, I'm going to do this. A lot of kids change their minds when they get old enough to do that.
Yeah, but they're not buying their own food.
No. I'm saying when they become of an adult status, they have the freedom to change that narrative.
Yeah, but they have to be able to be conscious enough to buy their own.
No, when they're old enough to do that.
When they're old enough,
I'm saying.
If they wake up.
You can't do it with the kid who ain't got a job, but I'm saying
but that's if they wake up.
That's just like saying I'm gonna be a victim of my circumstance because my mom was always in the ghetto, so that's my life. I'm gonna be a victim in the ghetto. You still have your own free mind to change when you're able to do that.
But the focus is on like kids who aren't in that situation.
Right. I'm saying that's my whole point.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can't be buying them Captain Crunch and you ain't willing to.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not going to eat the Captain Crunch, but you'll feed them the Captain Crunch, that's the issue.
Cereal's one of the most terrible
things. If you
too.
Buying them sugar all day long, but you're not eating that sugar all because you know I can't do this shit, but y'all can. That's the issue right there that she's talking about. Like we have to stop. We have
Poisoning
to
our
stop
kids.
somewhere.
Well, you have to stop that addictive nature, right?
You can't keep pointing the finger at someone. You have the ability to control what you put in your mouth. Despite what this government is doing to people, and you know where all of the bullshit comes from, you know where you can buy the bullshit, an individual has to stop and tell himself, am I going to keep spending my hard-earned money in these places where I know they don't care about me, or am I going to put my best foot forward, shop where I need to make my life better, move my ass and do some push-ups and sit-ups, teach it to my family. You don't have to be that individual. When my doctor told me my A1C was high, my wife read this book. We practiced
the one that I'm going to send you.
We practiced this book's methods, and I reduced my A1C drastically.
And the doctor was like,
and the doctor was appalled.
Yeah.
He was like, holy shit, you did it. How did you do it? Let me know. And I said, it was commitment. It was hard. There was nothing easy about it. I had to give up sugars. I had to give up carbs. Not to say that I couldn't eat a burger and fries anymore, but I couldn't consume it in which I was consuming it before. Yeah. Everything had to have balance, but I also picked up my working out regimen. I also went and walked more. I also did more weightlifting than I did bike riding. And I
it's
started to
all-
hold myself accountable.
It's also very hard for the adult to break those chains of that addictiveness to sugars and all those bad, nasty stuff. If as a child, this is all you've been given. Right? So it's embedded now in their blood. They crave it. It's in their brain. It's the happiness, the joy that the brain that signals, it triggers as soon as they consume it. They're yes, this brings me joy. So as an adult, yes, you still have that choice. But if you've been embedded as a child, for all those years, sugar. Well, it's going to be
kick.
Yeah,
Plus
it's
the
going to be
advertising on top of it too.
On
Because
top
the-
of
the-
it,
the
yes.
market- You talk about brainwashing. There's that to consider, as well as the fact that when you manipulate the genetic code within the food, it changes the way that people think and makes them more susceptible to certain things, especially when it comes to sugars and addictive things. If you're leading them to that addictive personality disorder, and then they have that, and then they're focusing on something else that's also giving them that chemical imbalance, that is exactly by definition what brainwashing is.
It is.
Yeah,
what mind control is all about.
Oh,
Every kid will
yeah,
go back and say, I
for
learned it.
sure.
I learned it from my family. I'm the way I am right now because that's who I learned it from. And that's who fed me that shit. I am a big proponent into that. But I mean, we can sit here and pick it apart all day, but it probably just comes down, yes, to the parents, and also to the circumstance and the financial circumstance, and
that's a big
whoever
part of it.
It's so hard to narrow down.
Right.
But it's definitely something that the government is aware of, and that they keep inducing just so they can get profitable gains off the human health condition.
Right. I mean, eating McDonald's should be a luxury. It should cost an extravagant amount of money.
Should be outlawed.
And very no, hold on, because that's dangerous speaking. That's dangerous speaking. But in order to combat it, it should be one of the most expensive things you could buy because of how unhealthy it can be and how addicting it can be. So I'm not saying let's go in and cut everyone's throat. Yeah, what they're serving isn't the healthiest, but you know what? You can eat it and not die from it. You can eat it and enjoy it. You know, the whole thing is not to cut out the things you love.
Limit
the things you love.
Yeah.
Or I mean, what's the point of life? I love ice cream. I love chocolate cake. Am I gonna sit there and eat that shit
Every
all
day?
the time.
No. Am I
Man.
going to actually do a fucking push-up? If you don't fucking do any working out and restrict yourself from what is your main downfall, you can't point the finger at people. They're not putting a gun to your head and saying, you must buy this.
That's what I was going to say. It's a more holistic approach. You can't just attack a chemical. You can't attack a specific food item constantly. It's a holistic. You have to exercise. You have to move. You have to use sugar as a treat, not as a regular thing. And I'm talking about sucrose.
Yeah.
Because fructose you get from fruit, right? You get a lot of sugar when you eat fruit.
Yeah.
Right.
So sucrose and even those artificial sweeteners that are kind of whacked out, that don't satisfy your brain's, it's not satiated for the sugar. So you continue to drink more. I had a friend I used to hike with. He's a big dude. He would bring a fucking Diet Coke 2-liter bottle instead of a water bottle to hike.
Oh,
now it was calorie free because it's NutraSweet,
Right.
which tastes awful, by the way. But he's got that craving, and it never goes away because your brain is not satisfied. The sugar is not there,
Right.
and you can tell, oh, I need more, and it's just drink fucking water, right?
Yeah, right.
But the important thing is to, like you said, to move, to exercise, to get off your ass. We have sedentary jobs. We eat a lot of garbage food. The education, not just science education, but food safety, food education in general, stinks because cholesterol isn't evil unless you have too much or unless you're cholesterol sensitive.
Right.
Fats aren't evil unless you eat the wrong kind too much. Sugars aren't all evil unless you use it like a constant supply, right? So you have to look at it. People need to read labels, understand what the fuck they're eating, what the chemical. I'm sorry, it's a chemistry thing. You got to learn it. They're gonna put weird names. They lie to you about MSG. They call it hydrolyzed vegetable protein. They call it some other version because it's a tweaked amino acid, right? So basically, they can lie to you on the label and still get away with it because they're still kind of telling you what it is without telling you what it is unless you know.
Right.
And that was a law that was passed where they had to somewhat tell you what it is.
You had to label it, but if you don't know what that means,
everything.
Why is the protein hydrolyzed? Because you broke it into amino acids. And, glutamic acid is an amino acid. You add, it's MSG is monosodium glutamate. It's a form of glutamic acid. And it's amino acid. So it comes from proteins. It's not bad for you. But you've tweaked it as MSG. And now you can get headaches. You can get all the other side effects people get who are sensitive to MSG. So you have to educate yourself because the government won't do a good job.
No, they won't.
Well, and then advertisement too, right?
Don't trust the ads.
Yes.
New and improved. My favorite? I saw a bottle of water. It said cholesterol free. It's fucking water.
Yeah, water's all got shit in it now. Like
Well,
if you
you
look
have
at
to
bottled
know
water, like
cholesterol only
most of
comes
it has
from animal
additives
products.
in it.
Animal products are cholesterol. We make our own. You eat it in the animals you eat. It's not in. It's in cheese, obviously, because it's an animal product. It's not in any vegetable product. It's not in water. It's not in soda. But they put these banners on there. Go, oh, I should have that. It's cholesterol free.
Advertisement.
And they count on people being ignorant.
They count on your ignorance. Here's one thing I learned at a dairy farm, and I had the privilege of seeing a grade A dairy farm, and I've worked a grade D dairy farm. And this is what most people don't know unless you work one. We bring in the cows. This is a grade D plant, and the cows come in, and they have shit and piss all over their udders, and we get them in we split the file. The line is what they call it, and we get them up there and we get these dried paper towels and we wipe off the udder. And take in mind there's still shit and piss on the udder,
of course,
and we hook up the milking devices. Okay, the milk goes through along with the shit, but they'll tell you things like, oh, we homogenize it, we pasteurize it. What they're telling you is we cook the shit out of it at a certain Kelvin. But what they don't tell you is this is your cottage cheese. And I don't care how good you cook it, you're still eating cooked shit.
Right.
And there's no way.
Any wonder why shelf life is not that good on those products?
Exactly.
Right.
Now, hindsight, I worked a grade A plant. And let me tell you something. Not only could you not smell shit or could you not see it, and even if you got a whiff of it, the plant was not in operation.
Right.
These cows came in pristine. They were all of adequate weight. They smelt clean. The facility was immaculate. Most of them had robots for the most part hooking these things up. And this is where all your grade A milk comes from. This is where all your good cheese comes from. So there is regulation, right? There are goods and there are definitely bads.
Right.
USRDA allows a certain amount of feces in your meat, like it or not. It's just a fact. And so they have cameras that check this out, that can detect this stuff. They have sensors. They have people that also can figure things out along the way. But it's when you process at the volume of Americans consume animal products, you cannot make it as nice as you should have it because this is a sheer volume of stuff. It would cost you way too much to process the meat cleanly because you're slaughtering animals, intestines, the shit's flying everywhere. It's really a dirty job, right? And so it's no wonder you have E. coli outbreaks at hamburger places and other stuff because it's already in the fucking raw meat.
Right. Yeah.
It's how old is it? How has it been kept? How bad was this batch? And so this is why I'm not ever going to tell anybody don't eat meat because I stopped a long time ago. But eating lower in the food chain is better for you overall if you want better health. Right. Vegetarian, vegan, whatever you want to do. Eat a little less because dairy stuff that not only is it bad for you overall with the fat and cholesterol amounts, but the way they treat the animals and the way the environment's getting destroyed. You know what spray fields are?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Watch a spray field video if you don't know. It's disgusting and it pollutes the entire area. People are breathing that shit in, literally. and getting sick because the neighborhood farm has a legal spray field.
It's crazy.
They're shooting shit into the air and having to dry over a large area.
And it's big in Indiana too. But
it's disgusting. Yeah.
The best meat and the best pork and the best chicken my brother and I have ever had in our life is either we went out and hunted it or we processed it and raised it ourselves. Yeah. Anything you get from the grocery store, it tastes nothing like you doing it in your own backyard. We raised our own beef.
Or farmer's market. Go to farmer's market or something.
Yeah. Here's one thing that's overlooked too, and I don't know how many people have seen this movie or know of this woman. Her name is Temple Grandin, and she designed this stockade for cows to be slaughtered and put down with the ease without stressing them out so they don't secrete their hormones all into the meat. Prior to Temple Grandin's breakthrough, I would guess, the way they slaughter cows, they would take cows into the processor, stress them the hell out, and they're secreting all their hormones throughout the meat, and then they're killing them and serving it to you.
Right. Which you would have certain reactions to.
Exactly.
But you know what's sick though is in parts of Asia, they like the stressed out animals. When they have those dog and cat videos where they're skinning them alive after they boil them.
That adrenaline.
They love that taste of the meat, even though it's fucking cruel as all get out. Right. That's another thing about this thing is cruelty. Right.
Yeah.
Be responsible with your purchases because animals are suffering unnecessarily.
But no one wants to take the time out to deep dive into their food.
Right.
Everyone says, "Oh, I'm going to the grocery store and this and this." Sir, how dare you kill that cow or kill that chicken? And PETA and this and my leather purse and this. But no one ever wants to look at, let me take you to a chicken farm and show you how these chickens are hung upside down, go through a machine to get defeathered, how they go through the steaming process.
Brutal.
Let me show you this. Then let me show you how they put it on your plate.
But everyone, and I ain't saying everyone, but a lot of people go, if I don't see it, I'm good because I don't.
Well, exactly. You see a piece of plastic wrapped meat and it's disembodied. It doesn't mean anything, right? And kids can learn the same thing. Oh, I don't care. It's just a piece of meat. Where does meat come from? I don't know. It comes from the store wrapped in plastic.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the fallacy with that law that they passed, and they're like, okay, now you got to label it bioengineered food ingredients, but they don't label what those ingredients are and what capacity they're.
Exactly.
It's just like, like they're like, oh, you label it so you know, and then they're like, oh, by the way, everything you've been eating has bioengineered food ingredients up to this point.
We used to.
Well, I mean, everything corn is bioengineered, believe it or not. I mean, teosinte looks nothing like fucking corn.
Yeah, because Monsanto has the seed.
Not all selective breeding is bad.
Yeah. Well, all of our fruits that we see now are nothing like how they were historically.
No, of course.
Right.
Yeah. Especially bananas.
Right.
At all.
That's one of the most
genetic.
Everything looks completely different.
Yes, and they're much, much more sweeter now because of how they've been
genetically modified.
Yes, harvested over time.
Well, because you know why? The sugar makes more alcohol because it's used a lot for ethanol. So,
which the sugar spikes will get you even hungrier when you dump too.
Yes.
That's another thing with marijuana people don't care to know. I used to smoke it. The plant is good in many ways, but in many ways it's a bad plant because it has also been genetically modified. And a lot of people don't know that when you smoke marijuana, the reason why you get the munchies is because it spikes your glucose levels and then it tanks you. And then as soon as it tanks you, that is called the munchies. And what is the body going to want to naturally consume?
Sugars.
Sugars. And they never fill you up, ironically.
Yeah, because you lose that governor. It also triggers that part in your brain that tells you you're full.
So if you're going to consume marijuana, the best ways to do it are not to get the psychoactive, but you might want to use it for what it was intended for.
But if
it was intended for anti-inflammation, if you want the psycho properties, then eat it, but don't eat a whole lot of it.
And everybody can handle it because you get the heart racing,
right?
You get palpitations.
It's not for everyone. So I strongly suggest CBDs, which I use CBDs, but at the same time, everything is not for everyone, and everyone's body is going to act differently to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to
it's
run
those-
here, folks. My bad. I didn't mean to jump in and interrupt, but
Oh, no
you're good,
worries,
you're
Myra.
good, you're
Little
good.
Tussin's got a birthday party to go to, and Grandma's coming over. So yeah, I got to take
Yeah,
off.
have
So
fun
it's been
with
good
that.
chat. It's been a good conversation. I really
Yeah.
appreciate you guys and
Yeah,
having
So,
these.
yeah, I'll send you that book,
conversations,
Viral.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. So
Yeah.
thank you. See you
Yep.
guys later.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
All right,
man.
later.
Take care.
Yeah.
guys.
So,
Yeah, and that wanting that sugar immediately as that dump, right?
Right.
From that spike in the glucose, it's insane.
It is.
Again, as long as you control your own urges, you
Yes.
can dabble. You can have.
can.
I love
Yeah.
sugar.
Yeah.
There's a
Right.
reason why Mexican Cokes are so popular
Yeah.
because high fructose corn syrup sucks, and Mexican Cokes have real sugar. Real
Yeah,
sugar.
pure
Right.
cane sugar in it.
And but like you
So-
said, Andy, it's as long as people know that you're consuming these sugars for a pleasure aspect.
It's a pleasure. You don't
and
need it.
not nutrition. And
Yeah.
that's why if you're going to consume it after a healthy meal.
Well,
to
here's the problem.
sustain
They
that glucose
demonized.
spike.
Remember when they put snack wells out? They demonized fats and cholesterol.
Mhm.
And so what did they do? They took some of that out of the products and added more sugar
Yep.
because they demonized fat and cholesterol. Now,
Yeah.
everything like that is bad in extreme amounts. So it's all about moderation, right?
Right.
If you're like, I know people who, whether they're Asian descent or not, who cannot have crustaceans because lobsters and stuff have a lot of fucking cholesterol.
Yeah.
And if you already have, I knew a guy in his 30s who was on Lipitor,
Oh.
Damn.
right? Because his
Wow.
body already didn't process cholesterol well. He was a seafood freak going to those buffets, and he had a big problem. He almost, he almost died basically. And so it's all everyone's individual. Everyone's got to see their doctor if they got weird issues.
Yeah.
Just don't do extreme anything. Don't go to buffets and eat too much seafood. Don't eat too much red meat. Don't eat too much whatever. Know where your shit comes from, and also just environmentally responsible. How about like maybe a little less of that, just so we have a future and not have to, like remember the rainforest beef was a thing for a while.
Right.
They were literally clear cutting rainforest that doesn't come back ever, for fucking McDonald's.
Right.
Right, just to get more cows out.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And the people who did it, it's a quick buck for them. The fields are not arable after a while because the rainforest soil is a whole different chemistry. If you don't know rainforest stuff, it's in and out. So when you erode the topsoil and you put some shit down and you raise some stuff for a while, it turns into like hard pan. It's crap soil, right? It's not designed to be a farm. And so you'd have to bring in a truckload of good dirt
Topsoil.
and other amendments and stuff to make it a proper field. But they don't do that. It's all quick buck.
Yeah, that's the
And
thing.
they're screwing themselves over locally for the world market.
And that's the thing. And I hate to say it, the more you learn and educate yourself and know the truth, the harder it is to hear it.
Oh,
And I think a lot of people aren't equipped to hear exactly
What's
what
depressing,
we're doing.
right?
Right.
Yeah, way depressing.
It is. And
But you got to know this shit. It's like the tough.
Yep.
It's like tough love, right? You got to know
Right.
this shit and just do something about it if you can. If you can't help yourself, then someone else maybe will pick up the slack.
It's the tough lessons that you got to learn, and like you said, you got to hear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the schools are doing a shit job.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the government's always doing a shit job because they have an agenda.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
marketers and the advertisers, the big companies, have their own agenda. So you can never trust them.
And they're doing a wonderful job because they're selling their shit.
And that says a lot because he just said it. And you can never trust them. And guess what they are? They are human, and we can never trust ourselves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But people always go, "Oh, it's about who you vote for." That's bullshit. Because
No,
everyone
no,
who
no.
is in office, they know the
Everyone's
rules.
involved. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
know
They
the
know the
rules
rules.
And
on
it-
what keeps this country moving.
You have
money.
you have to make the like Andy said. You have to make the effort. Go out and educate yourselves. Like we always research. We always read.
And don't go to Food Babe or David Avocado Wolf. They're fucking charlatans.
Oh yeah.
Go to real people.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Real people who know what the hell they're
Yes.
talking about.
Yes.
Right.
and
Because
that's what I
there's
was-
a huge disservice. They should be in irons.
Oh, who's the other guy? Liver King or what?
Oh, yeah, another
what's-
charlatan. Remember he
Yeah,
was saying he
what's his
wasn't
name?
juicing, and he was?
And he
Yeah,
was.
he
Yeah.
was.
What a
but
liar.
he only
Yeah.
red. Is it Liver King? Meat King?
Yeah. Some
Whatever.
Yeah, Liver
Yes.
King. He ate a bunch
Yeah,
of raw
liver-
animal
yes.
products, raw meat,
Oh
organ meats.
God.
caveman
Dude, you're
diets
slowly
and-
killing yourself.
Right.
But so what I was saying, like, educate yourself and read is your best friend. But not only that, when you do read, pay attention to who
peer
wrote
based.
that.
Yeah.
Who wrote
who's
the
pushing it.
article?
Yeah.
Who
And
wrote
read,
the
I mean,
book?
bibliographies are important. Check
Yes.
the bibliography. Make sure it's
Yes.
peer reviewed.
Peer
it's like
reviewed,
real
Yes.
peer
stuff.
based. It has to have
Yeah.
data to it. It has to have
substance.
studies.
Yeah.
So Andy, the book that I was going to send viral, the scientist, she had all her stuff peer reviewed.
Yeah.
She's an amazing scientist. She's
That's good.
making
Yeah.
waves in glucose and sugar stuff. But we, like you said, we research our stuff. We see who's writing it and what do they benefit from it.
Yeah.
Right.
If you read this article, who wrote it? Who do they write it for?
What's to be gained?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of David Avocado Wolf. One of my favorite clips that suddenly disappeared off the internet because it got so much ridicule. He loves cacao, right? He's Mr. Chocolate. Chocolate's the food of the gods, the cure-all kinds of amazing shit just from chocolate, right? And it's tasty, and it does have some health benefits in certain ways you can use it. But he's made it this. He calls it a superfood, which is again another overused shit word. Doesn't mean anything. Superfood doesn't mean anything. It's just another garbage word made by the charlatans out there. But he did a whole lecture one time while he's making smoothies with cacao in this little thing. And he's talking about chocolate has a male energy called ormus. It's energy from the sun. It aims at the sun heart. I mean, these are literal words he said. and then he also talking about all this crazy shit. And then he starts talking about fungal spores. And they found fungal spores. He's talking about shaga mushrooms, which are has some health benefits and stuff. But he's talking about fungal spores have been found in the atmosphere. In fact, fungal spores actually they have also the sun energy. They're trying to get out back to the universe, and it's like, dude, stop the LSD. I mean, and he's telling these people that, and they're like shaking their head. Go, well, that's very interesting. Can I have a smoothie?
Where's he telling people this?
It was a video that got removed. Luckily, I saved part of it. I'll have to repost it at some point.
That's what happens when belief.
Oh, repost it, Andy.
That's
I want to hear
fucking
that.
hilarious.
That's what happens when you think your belief is a fact. Like, people can believe in all sorts of shit, but it doesn't make it a fact. And if you push that on people who are lazy-minded and who doesn't want to do their investigative work, they're going to believe it. And
he basically takes Eastern philosophy, Western religious stuff, and a bunch of other things, puts them in a blender, and just vomits it out.
Right. Now, here's something that proves my point. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Because a lot of you probably don't fucking know this. But I went and actually did the fucking research, and I saw where they pulled it from, and it was 100% true. No one talked about it. Who's the one president that deported the most people out of this fucking country?
Oh, Obama.
And and they gave him a nickname.
Obama.
Right?
Yeah.
So people don't want to hear that because it doesn't fit
Their agenda. Yeah.
So they go, oh, Trump's going to deport a bunch of immigrants, right? Let's just say, yeah, he does. Okay. So what?
Obama did the
Do
same
you
thing.
know
Yeah.
it would take 15 presidents to equate to what Obama did in deportation?
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking amazing?
Yeah.
So you only want to hear
What you want to hear.
What you want to hear.
And what fits the agenda at the time.
Well, we have our own echo chambers. We have our own cognitive biases. It's just the way it works.
Yeah.
It's just the way it works.
Dr. Simpson, he says something hilarious in the chat. He says, ironically, gotta jump to go to the grocery store. Wish me luck. and then he says, maybe I'll just get beer.
Buy some cacao and get some ormus.
There you go.
Yeah, Manny, when you get
That
to the
male
grocery
power.
store, if you're still here, I want you to monitor how many people are shopping on the outside of the aisles
yeah.
versus
But that's
the
a myth.
internal.
No,
That's a myth,
that's a
though.
myth, Lamar. It's
Listen
a myth.
to this.
There's shit sold on the outside of the aisles now, even more than ever before.
They caught on to it, bro.
Because nutritionists and dietitians and all the charlatans, like Andy said, would constantly tell people, shop on the outside of the aisles.
Yeah.
So where are they putting everything now?
On the outside of
On
the
the
aisle.
Because I have the
outside of
keen
the
eye to know
aisles.
what the
Well,
bullshit
the end
is.
caps are
Yeah.
always the promotional shit, the stuff they want to offload,
Right.
stuff
Yeah.
that's like they're getting big business to pay big money to
You
push.
got to read your labels.
Because it's funny when Kroger here in Indiana and Kroger's all over the nation, when they got sued for marking the prices
That's
up
in
on,
process right now.
Right.
And Albertsons dropped them. Yep, go ahead.
Right. So my brother and I went into the store the very next week into our grocery store. What was on sale?
Hostess products, Doritos.
Everything that you shouldn't consume, you could
Yeah.
buy 2 or 3 for the price of one.
Yeah. It was buy one, get 4 free.
And by
And
the
it
way,
was-
some of those things you should never consume, even as
Oh,
red.
and that's why they're selling it.
Never.
But that's why they're selling it. Anything that has red 41 in your potatoes or your potato chips, like, has it ever crossed your mind to even know what red 41 is?
That's funny because, and I'm guilty of it. I bought Keaton some Captain Crunch, and the whole week he was here,
Yellow 15, or
they didn't touch it, right?
Yeah.
And I forgot to throw it away. But Keaton asked me something funny. He said he was reading one of his friends was reading a cereal box in his house, and he says, "My mom says I can't eat yellow number 42." And Keaton asked me, "What's yellow number 42?"
Yeah.
And I gave him the straight up answer.
Yeah.
I said, "It's something you probably shouldn't be fucking eating."
But I'm going to feed it to you anyways, because it's in the house.
No, I didn't give him shit, but
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's in the house.
Yeah.
You know?
But
Cakes and muffins.
Yeah,
and
something that has
Yeah,
a
that's still
number.
better than some bullshit.
But it's all sugar, is what I'm saying.
I realize that, but like you said, you can you have to.
However, let me throw one at you, see if you guys know what this one is. What's dihydrogen oxide?
That is
something that runs a goddamn starship in my mind.
It's
know.
water.
Yeah.
Well, see, there you go.
So that you got to know what you're reading.
I see
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
I know where you're going, Andy, and not everybody goes around saying my dihydrogen oxide
No, but I'm just saying,
delicious
chemists
today."
don't even really call it that. But chemically,
Right,
we
right,
can
right.
call it that.
Right.
So just know what you're reading, because I know it sucks. You got to get a dictionary, go to Wikipedia, even, which can be okay at times.
No,
Yeah.
Andy, you don't even have to do all of that. Everybody has it
Google
in their
it.
hands right now.
Yeah, whatever.
Use
Yeah,
your
exactly.
freaking phone.
Or-
That's what I mean.
Roku,
Go
if you
online,
have
do
it.
Yeah.
some basic stuff, but go to a source that's legitimate.
I have,
And spend a
Wagyu.
little time. I know it's hard if you didn't get the background in it because the schools
Yeah.
failed.
Right.
And this is talking to people about this a while ago, especially for guys. There needs to be a life skills course in high school. It's mandatory. You got to learn to balance your checkbook. You
We
got to
said
learn to
that.
read
We said
labels.
that. Yep.
We said
You
that.
got to learn to
Yeah,
cook your own
last year, no.
fucking food a little
Hell,
bit,
sew
survive.
your own clothes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do laundry,
Yeah.
how to iron clothes, really basic stuff that most guys are helpless at. My
So
dad
let me
is
ask
still
you this.
helpless.
Let me ask you this, Andy. Do you think we live in a failed system? Is it already too late?
The system isn't failed. There are plenty of bad actors that are ensuring that we're helpless.
Yeah, I agree.
And unfortunately, because I don't know what's going to happen this year because of all the changes proposed to even the educational system. They're supposedly want to break a bunch of stuff down they consider to be, just old fashioned or whatever. But sometimes that means doing some damaging stuff to the educational system we already have, which kind of sucks.
Right.
So is it going to get worse? I doubt it's going to get much better, because you look at the average person who ran on this ticket, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and all these kind of dirtbags, scumbags, whatever. They're so stupid. Would you want them to have any say over your education of your kids or certain laws or something like that? They're morons.
Right.
And they're in charge
Yeah,
of
I've seen
stuff.
seen that Taylor Greene. I mean, she strikes me as the sort of person who couldn't get out of a fucking car without a road map.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And it's on both sides. I'm not just saying it's only
Oh
Republicans.
yeah, absolutely.
They're idiots
It's
all
almost
over.
like,
But I mean, these idiots
a
are in charge of
requirement
this shit.
for a political position is to be the dumbest shit you could possibly find.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what it seems like.
Libertarians are bad, and even some of the Green Party people are stupid. I don't
Right.
like who was that woman running on the Green Party for a while? She was pretty terrible.
See, and that's the thing, Andy. If we as Americans and UK citizens and wherever else in this world, if the people can look at who's running for office, and we can visually see around us that no matter who's in, there's never a change. We are constantly voting for something that is never coming.
Well, remember high school
when do we go,
elections?
okay, enough's enough?
remember student body president and all this stuff in high school, and like, did things ever change with the different people coming and going?
No.
It was all the same.
No.
You voted
Why?
for who you
Because
liked, and that was it. It didn't mean
Popularity,
anything.
popularity vote.
You had the Illuminati's up in the top taking care of everything, which was your principal.
Yeah.
Etarian has a perfect comment. He says, I want a bag of poisoned sugar, not a bag of poison pretending to be sugar.
Oh, God.
Word.
I want to know exactly what I'm getting.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Viral said, Andy was saying that there should be a class in high school teaching, just basic life skills.
Yeah.
Well, Viral brought up a great point. We did used to have that in high school. It was called home economics.
But the guys never took that.
No,
Yeah, I was just gonna
exactly.
Because the guys who took it were considered pussies.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
But
Tell you what, you got more pussy doing it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you didn't.
Oh,
though,
yeah.
'cause a lot of times they thought the guys were gay who were taking it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
but it
But
wasn't.
you know what? The first thing they taught us
Before you get my ass-
when I did home economics, the first thing
Yeah.
they taught me how to do is how to make a Victoria sponge.
See, but for here in the States, it wasn't a mandatory class neither,
It was an elective.
and it was an elective.
Well,
Right.
Let me
He
ask
took like
you,
wood shop and metal shop, these manly things,
That
right?
yeah,
Let
and in mechanics
Yeah.
course or whatever. Yeah.
let me
I
ask
took
you
auto
guys,
shop. It was fun. Yeah.
let me ask you guys this, and Steve and Unit E and Kent, so we can give you guys some room to talk. Is when you were growing up in the household, and you watched your mom do things like the cooking, the balancing, the checks, and I don't even know if that was like per se what she was doing or not, but did you ever learn anything from your mothers as far as the cooking, or did you even like inquire about it, or was there a stigma while growing up?
Let's start with Steve.
Me? Oh, okay. Well, basically, my mum used to say most of the time, keep out the kitchen. Basically, because if she had anyone around her, she used to it was a small kitchen, she used to bump into us and stuff. So it was fairly dangerous, but But when I got a bit older, when I was sort of early teens, I did start to get interested in cooking anyway. And I used to help her out peeling stuff and whatever, and picked up a few bits and pieces. And there was no one to say not to do it, and no brothers or anything saying or whatever. My sister didn't care, so it just wasn't a problem. So I picked up a few bits and pieces. I never really told anyone that I did it, I suppose, so there wasn't any stigma for me particularly. But yeah, I learned loads off my parents, and I only really appreciated it later in life, really, because you don't when you're young. You just soak stuff up. And also, just to address the point about a class, my partner's niece is a supervisor in a school, and they do have a class. It's not called home economics, it's something else, but it is basically what you're saying. But they do teach it now in the curriculum in the UK.
That's good.
Basic living skills.
Yeah, they don't do that.
It's
in
only
the
been
States
around for a
anymore.
couple of years, but it seems to be fairly popular. So I just
But you have to wonder where the Gordon Ramsays come from, because if the guys aren't learning from their mothers how to cook properly, and only at the school level later on, where are all these male chefs coming from? Because they usually still dominate the workforce, right?
Right.
But somehow they're getting the right training at home that the mother or somebody's training them.
Yeah.
My mom trained me a lot, so
And it all
It's probably usually a grandmother.
Yeah.
I learned how to cook from my grandmother.
Yeah, and it's an interest, like male or female. It's it's a genuine interest.
What about you, Unit E?
I was raised a latchkey kid, so my parents kind of came home later, right before dinner, and if we took interest, she would show us how to cook the basic things, how to, survival food. We didn't cook fancy stuff. We knew how to do everything to eat, and we fed ourselves a lot if we came home, or lunches, or during summertime. So taking that, I didn't really utilize it too much. I just happened to live either with people who constantly enjoyed cooking, and I would let them do it because they have an enjoyment with it. I can cook,
Right.
And when I do, it's good, but it's not something I seek out to do. But you know, growing up here, a lot of grilling and a lot of that kind of stuff. So I took to learning it, and they did have home ec class. I do remember taking it in 6th or 7th grade in middle school. It was mostly girls, but I don't know if it was that or I took shop class, and I was one of few kids of my skin tone in the school. So I chose to stay where it was safe. And shop class wasn't generally a safe place. So.
Yeah. So was there a stigma, you being shunned or anything that?
In Howley, yeah.
Yeah. But not only that, but what just
redheaded kid. And that was 3 of us on the island, maybe.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Yeah, I mean there was blonde-haired surfer boys, but they were tan, and a lot of them were either born or just raised around a lot of local families. I grew up with them, and I'm local here just like everybody else, but early on, skin color mattered quick until you started meeting someone really. But I'm friends with a lot of people. I didn't get into a lot of trouble and just kept to myself, really. I knew better than to approach other people's girlfriends or cut off somebody on a wave or cut a guy off on a wave, you could drown, not by the wave.
Yeah. You can only imagine.
Right.
B learned the rules real quick.
What about you?
Territorial. It is what it is. I get it, but I wasn't trying to be invasive in any way. And now my career has been kind of, I see as an environmental steward, the last defense of all of our waste. I treat wastewater before it hits the ground back into the ocean.
Oh, nice.
So I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible for my kids.
Keep fighting the good fight. That's great.
Yeah.
I am. I'm taking everybody's shit still.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Literally now.
Which is a commendable job because, imagine a person not of Uni-E's mindset who is actually fucking taking it serious.
Right.
My kids' lives are on the line here.
We surf out here. We swim in the water. We we enjoy the beaches. We enjoy going places. You don't want to stink or be poisoned or have bacteria.
Yeah.
Someone else that could take your job could be a total
dick.
Lop.
A total dick.
Just
and
someone
half-assed the job.
It's
part
good
of
enough.
It's
It's
good
always
enough.
that person out there that says
Those people
it's
don't
good
last.
enough.
They've been here like that before. They're still here. They lose their accounts quick. They come to me.
Yeah.
Right.
I have most of the accounts, so it's nice.
Well, thank you for doing what you do, Uni. That is a
very
freaking privilege.
What about you, Kent? What is there a stigma from being in the kitchen? Is there a stigma from learning something that would be considered a woman's position?
Yeah, I would have thought at the schools I was at, it was considered. Even though from a very early age, my nan used to, she taught me how to make, again, sponge cakes. We go fruit picking and, boil it down and strain it into jams and stuff like that. We did all that together. It was a pastime. So I learned how to make jams. I learned how to make cakes and scones and all sorts of things, but make them really good,
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a stigma to it. But because
Can't you wuss? No.
Are these long-standing recipes in your family, or are they?
I got a lot of shit at school because I wanted to do the home economics class. And I did get in, and although it took a bit of, if anything, I had more resistance from teachers than I got a lot of shit from the kids, but I got more resistance from the teachers themselves, and it was great. No, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I start the class and I'm learning how to do this, that, and the other. A lot of the stuff I already knew how to do. But it was quite good fun. But I used to get a lot of shit at school anyway, especially during the 70s because of like I explained on Rains's show one time, where because my mum, she was like, she talked like that, she's as Irish as they come, And at the time, there was all this IRA shit going on.
Oh shit!
Yeah, exactly. So, and that was like, well, that's something we can have a go at him about because, he's half Irish.
You're a symbol.
It changed when me and Mum were nearly killed by a car bomb in London, but, so, they're trying to kill us as well, kind of thing. But yeah,
Do you cook now, Kim?
yeah, absolutely.
Do
Yeah.
you do most of the cooking?
No, Fiona is really good, and she loves doing it.
Yeah.
It's like a
Nice.
it's a thing for her. She's like, and she'll come up with these interesting recipes. Some of them, even the dogs go, nah.
What the hell?
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, missed
And
the
she'll
mark
say-
on that one.
Yeah, and she'll say, she goes, yeah, this one didn't quite work out. I go, oh, where did it go wrong? She goes, I'm not
They're
quite
called
sure.
experiments. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She goes,
Yeah.
I'll have another crack at it next week. But this, no, probably not.
No,
I mean,
no.
something went wrong with the mince pie she made. So she made a big mince pie for Christmas rather than, and it wasn't the fruit. It was something didn't go right, and it was just a bit, no.
No.
But she's been experimenting with the air fryer. She melted the first one, which I thought was quite. No, honestly, she melted the whole back of the air fryer off. I'm going,
How?
they're not supposed to do that, are they? Supposed to be able to like put up with the heat. I mean, that's what it's built for. And she goes,
How does she melt?
don't know, all the back of the lid melted away. So we bought another one, and it hasn't done it. So we can only assume there was some sort of fault with
Oh,
the old
maybe it
one.
was
Yeah,
a faulty one.
manufacturer
Yeah.
defect.
And
Yeah.
that caught her out because it was cooking the food very quickly,
Yes.
and everything was coming out just a little too cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And she goes, right, I'll back off, and then stuff was coming out not really cooked enough, kind of thing. So it's
You got to
and
play
it took
around.
a while. So I'm using it, and I'm going, yeah, but you know what? If you look at the timings that they're giving you, the cooking times they're giving you, they're, what's the word?
Conservative.
Very,
Yeah.
very, and that's where it was going hideously wrong. But then there'll be the other things where you go, no, that's far too long.
Yep.
No, that's not right. So we've between us, we've slowly built up a timing system where everything comes out just
Perfect.
right.
Yeah.
So
It's like one of those montages in the movies, like he's the training montage for the air fryer.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Yep.
Go, Fiona, try it again.
Yeah.
I mean, but
I
that's
love our air fryer.
but that's the issue
Yeah.
too. So that brings up another issue: is in this society where if you watch the younger generation, it is a "I need it now" society, right? So what does that do
Instant
for a person in the
gratification.
kitchen? You know, what is it?
That's also called sex.
Right?
Just go have it.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead.
And leave food out of it.
But like, what are you doing?
Easy.
How many
She's
people
like,
are?
Some of
if you
them
feel the
remember-
need for sugar, just go and have a wank.
Some of us remember pre-microwave time, right? We had to actually wait for food to
It's easier
cook.
to have a Snickers.
Oh my
You know
God.
what?
Right.
Just
If
go
you-
hump
before
and leave my
microwaves?
menu out of this shit.
If you knew what it took to make a full, like a full course meal that was healthy for you, how many people are wanting to opt to do that?
Oh,
It
no.
may take an hour or two to get this.
No.
You know.
Well-
Do you see how miserable people are for Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner?
Oh.
Like they can't wait for it to be over because of the whole process of it and then
right.
cleaning up.
Washing
I
dishes.
mean, at least for the cook and the people, having to.
I must
prep it
admit
and-
that sometimes when you're cooking, when you're talking about sort of like having a control over what you're consuming, especially with sugars and stuff like that, cooking can sometimes just throw that out the window. During the 70s, there was this thing called Baked Alaska, and it was really
Oh,
difficult
yes.
to do. Yeah.
Yes.
And during
I've
the
never
process of
tried it.
perfecting Baked Alaska, we ate a lot of meringue and ice cream. An awful lot of it, right? Perfecting the recipe. And then once it was perfected, we go, yeah. Well, now it's perfected, I really don't want any more.
Yeah, now you're sick of
And
it.
enough of
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now
Couple of
nobody
points.
makes it. As far as I know, I haven't heard of anybody making a Baked Alaska now for...
A couple of points because I'm going to disappear in a minute. Half God, half biscuit. I mean, it says that I need an air fryer. Yes, you do.
Yes, you
I
do.
would recommend it to anyone.
I
I resisted
love
for
our
ages.
air fryer.
Got one about 7 months ago. Absolutely love it. And what it is
Yes.
really good for me is my bloody electric bill. We've
Yeah.
got an electric oven here, and we've tracked our usage, and it's gone way down since we started using an air fryer. It's much more economic. So
What model you got? What one?
I've got
What type of-
it's a Ninja. It's a double draw one, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what we got as well. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
That sausage is a
I'd
treat,
recommend
mate.
everyone gets
Today's episode sponsored by Ninja.
Oh, they sell that one on Costco.
I'm glad the stigma is kind of over because, like what Attic was saying earlier, thank God we had Gordon Ramsay and these other male chefs because it gave confidence to men to you don't have to depend. It's not a woman's
you
thing.
can
Cook for yourself. Enjoy it. Enjoy what you eat.
Right.
Make
My
what
guilty
you
pleasure
eat.
is watching that MasterChef Junior, watching those kids.
Yeah.
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 I
Somebody
love
in the
it.
chat
I
was
was
saying earlier.
I'm like, you see this?
Yeah, exactly.
They
I
say
can't
they
remember
cook
who
dinner
it
every
was,
night
but
there.
somebody in the chat earlier was saying about once a year they get this, they get the munchies for a McDonald's,
Yeah.
and then they have it and they don't, and it's
That
like,
was Uncle
God,
Jerry, wasn't it?
do you know what?
Yeah.
Big Mac.
I have this as well, once a year, roughly about once a year, and I go, oh, do you know what? A McDonald's, and they get it, and it's like, oh God, this is
Well-
fucking horrible.
Can I take this moment to talk about what is called the McRib at McDonald's?
Oh no!
No.
That,
You guys-
know what that's
No,
Do you guys
no,
know what
Andy.
pink
No.
slime is?
Andy, I'm
Forget
gonna
it,
mute
forget it.
you. I'm gonna mute you, Andy. Stop
Andy,
it.
you were dreadful. You were dreadful, mate.
Stop it.
Yeah, you were
I'm
doing
gonna
good,
call
Andy.
in
You were
tonight,
doing
guys.
good, Andy.
I'm doing a service. Don't
Stop
eat that
it.
shit.
Stop. Yeah, don't eat it.
I think everybody knows that one, Andy.
Can I
Don't
correct
eat it.
myself?
No, they don't. People love it.
Wait.
I've
Yeah.
talked to people all the time saying, it's coming back. I can't wait to get it.
Yeah, no one that watches the show.
Well, it's like when I was having a conversation with a guy, and we were talking about veganism. And I said, "Have you noticed how somebody's a vegan because they will come up and fucking tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell you.
You know, but as a vegan, what the fuck's that got to do with stamps? What the we were talking about stamps, yeah, but as a
Because
vegan,
animal products
is
and
it?
the glue.
Yeah,
So,
but
guys,
are we doing this
guys.
thing?
You know,
like-
wine
Yes.
isn't vegan
No,
either.
Steve,
for the
Steve,
most part.
Steve,
Okay,
Steve.
I'm going to go.
All right,
I'm
okay.
gonna let you know. So great chat, everyone. Thanks for
Yes.
having me.
Thanks,
And I'll
Steve.
catch you on
Take
the
care,
stream
bye.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you,
See
Steve.
Love
you
yourself.
tomorrow.
Go have a
Bye, guys.
McRib.
Bye.
Go have a McRib, Steve.
Did you guys already talk about McRib? Did I miss something?
No.
No.
But you brought it up. So
we
Go
I'm
got-
like,
air fry that McRib,
go
Steve.
have a McRib.
Now we're talking.
Well, because again, we want stuff to look like something else.
Oh,
So it looks like ribs. It has little fake bones, right? But there's
Yeah.
no bones in it.
Right.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's just
It's like-
ribbed.
it's
Yeah.
It's like we're all
molded.
kids. We're all little kids. So we want things to look a certain way and have a certain color, certain shape. Like, oh, I have a dinosaur McRib. Look at
No.
this.
yeah.
We don't.
No.
You don't.
No, we don't.
No, probably not.
I'm glad to hear you guys don't, but most people do. That's
Yeah.
why it's out.
I mean, the sell-by date on it would be ridiculous.
Oh,
Right?
gross.
Yeah.
Because the products wouldn't exist if people didn't want them in mass. So
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
And,
I must
and-
admit, I mean, when the McDonald's first came to the UK, it opened up in Leicester Square in London. It was the first McDonald's, and I went up there, and it was for my 12th birthday. Yeah, my 12th birthday. Dad had just died, so it was my 12th birthday. They took me up to this McDonald's. It was all like, ooh, it's exciting, you know. And it was delish. It was really, really nice. And the milkshake was thick and creamy and all this sort of thing. And then that was it. Because it's too far away and it costs too much money.
Right.
And I thought, yeah, no, I've had a McDonald's, you know, box ticked. Then a couple, a year, 2 years later, I suppose, something like that, one opened in Epsom, just up in town, just up the road here. And I was having one a week. It was a treat sort of thing. And after a while, it lost its appeal.
Yeah.
I just never had them again. But then, get that once a year kind of thing.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's one of our worst exports. It's chemical warfare.
Yeah, it is.
And it killed more people than COVID. It's very bad.
No, I think one of your worst exports is teaching our kids here to spell colour without a U in it.
Well, you got that from, you guys got that from the French, so you're gonna give the French credit.
Isn't that how you spell color? COLOR.
You know what? I've put colour. I said something. I was talking about something, and I used the word colour in the text in Facebook. And this guy says, "Oh no, you spelled colour wrong." I'm like, I fucking haven't. But there again, our language is awful because we've got silent letters.
Oh yes.
And
yeah.
Exactly.
So how things are pronounced, because even people here who were born here and live here are going, how do we pronounce this? They go, I don't fucking know either. Is that
that's why Americans say solder, because the L is a silent L. They're like a lot of other words. But you guys say solder, we say solder, but there are other words that have a silent L.
Yeah, it's like I didn't know about this thing about you say reverb differently.
I love the way people overseas say aluminum.
Well, there's a real reason for that. It actually was originally called aluminium. And some idiot in the U.S. wrote some paper about it, left that part out, because if you look at the rest of the periodic table, hafnium, americium, everything is eum, right? Not So somebody fucked that up and ruined it for all.
Do you know what it was? Do you know what it was? When the patent was sent to the US, the aluminium patent was sent to the US. It was spelt wrong.
There you go. Yeah,
and it read aluminum.
And this is why education is important. Get it right the first time, otherwise forever it's wrong.
And in the U.S., our lazy fucking asses when it comes to language. I had a corporal. Shit, we were in a state where they called the city Du Bois, knowing damn well it's Du Bois.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
But they're so lazy. Hell, man, it's goddamn old
And they
Du
took
Bois.
offense to it when you called it by its true French name.
No goddamn French name. It's even spelled
but it's
in French.
Has you ever seen A Streetcar Named Desire, Blanche Dubois? I mean, come on.
Yeah, right. It's Du Bois, god damn it. Hell, man, I know it's my goddamn country.
Yeah.
It's Du Bois.
It's my country. Every time you talk to one of these rednecks, it's my country.
Well, yeah. Do you speak American is what they say. You speak American?
You speak American, boy? It's Du Bois.
Yeah, you go. You know, for somebody from Britain, you speak English real good. Oh, why? Thank you.
Right, thank you. I've
had that.
Country,
I have had that. They go, really? And you notice the name England?
You speak real purdy.
Connection there.
Yeah, you got a real purdy mouth,
man. Real purdy mouth, boy.
Can you squeal? Can you squeal?
Squeal like a piggy.
Deliverance. Oh, I love that. Burt Reynolds.
Oh, it was a good film, that was.
Yeah, it was. Hog rider.
That be me.
All right. We should call this.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
It's 7. I'm hungry.
Jesus.
We're going to go
get
get
a McRib and call it a day.
Yes, I'm driving, Meryl. Let's go.
And we're going to get the McRib.
Get the McRib.
And the large fries.
And all the goddamn unhealthy sauce that comes with
and
it.
a McFlurry.
Another fun thing about McDonald's, did you see the bell jar experiment where they had fries from McDonald's under a bell jar in the open air, not refrigerated? It lasted for months.
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Because that's another thing people don't consider in their food is preservatives.
Yeah.
Oh,
One dude had a cheeseburger from McDonald's for over 50 years in the jar, and it was
perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yum, yum.
Dim sum.
Dim sum. Well, what say you play something, Kent? You know, every time I get you in here, I like for you to play out because I think we're solely responsible for you.
Finally hitting them damn keys in the keyboard. Kent's like, God damn it, I've come here to play.
Key C is your favorite, Kent.
Andy, are you set up to play?
Actually, I'm not. In fact, I got to get ready. I have another podcast to do in it.
Okay.
See you later.
Well, thanks for hopping in,
See you guys.
Andy.
It's good fun. See you, buddy.
See you later.
E, you set up to play something in C major? You got to go.
No, he's ready.
Me?
Oh.
Yeah,
No.
he's...
I'm just
you're
jamming
not?
around. I just had some fun samples with one of your guys' podcasts I was messing around with.
Oh, shit.
You
But
and
you're set up
Mom.
to play now, though, right?
Yeah, if you guys
Yeah.
want to play around.
Yep. C major.
Yeah.
C major.
You made okay. Hold on.
Can't go wrong.
You wanna bet?
Can't go wrong. Thank you, everybody. Don't forget, tomorrow at 2 p.m., we have the interview with Crazy Rabbits. So get all your questions ready.
The Crazy Rabbit! Master! No!
Master!
It's alive!
Very template.
60?
50.
50. 50.
Can you tell me how loud I get if I'm too loud, too quiet?
Yeah. Just bring yourself loud, and then I'll dial you down from here.
How's it sounding so far?
Sounds a little weird. It's intermittent, ducking.
It's probably the echo cancel.
Did it come out of the speakers?
Yeah, I don't know where the audio is coming out of. It sounds really weird.
Yeah.
Are you getting an echo though?
No echo. Nope. I hear water.
You hear it?
Yeah, have a look into the Streamyard settings.
Oh wait, no, we're getting an echo.
Ah.
It's actually much louder than I can hear you guys.
Still sounds weird, huh?
Can you hear me at all?
We can hear you, but we can hear you very faint, but what you're putting out sounds...
Sounds more in the room than DI'd.
Yeah, now we're getting like a reverb echo type effect. It's gonna sound something like this.
Oh, you got to hear that? Did that come in?
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that.
that came in good.
There you go.
So if I'm true, authentically true to myself, that's the best chance of someone else liking something.
Yeah, it sounded real funky. Unity is ducking, and it sounds like you're pushing your audio out of the room or something, and not through a direct.
We can't hear anything you're saying. No, your mic's really faint, and there's an echo. Are you monitoring the YouTube channel as well as the Streamyard that you clicked on?
No, I don't know. The YouTube channel. It's on a different tab and it's muted. Not just on this one. Ideally, I would like this.
Oh, hello, fruit bat.
So you just have the Streamyard up.
Come here. Oh, mind your eggs.
Okay, now I don't. The echo is gone, but your mic is really, really, really faint, and your music is ducking really bad.
No need to swear.
I don't hear anything you're saying.
Check.
I can hear him a little bit.
Very faint, yeah.
This doesn't help at all. Check. Test. Test.
Okay. Nope, there's the duck. Their echo again.
It's echoing again.
Yeah.
So no echo, right?
Right, no echo.
But that doesn't give. Then the music when I play it.
Yeah, it's ducking bad.
Someone else had this issue too. Who was it?
Yeah.
It was James Dyson.
Oh, it was James Dyson,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah. James Dyson was looping it back
Yes.
to his interface.
Because
We're doing a hardware jams for the Lord of the Rings, Kent,
Oh, yeah.
and I think you're gonna like our rendition of this.
Mm.
We call it. What do we call it? The orcs are leaving more. No, what?
Dwarves are leaving.
The dwarves are leaving.
Moria.
Mordia.
Oh, okay.
Moria. Yeah.
Don't hear anything, B. Gosh, the guy said the orbs are leaving New Jersey.
But are they though?
But are they though?
But are they?
Are they Cobra Kai?
I think they're still there. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai.
Trying to think. Dwarves are leaving.
Steve Elbow says the carbs are leaving the kitchen.
But are they though, Steve? But are they, Steve? But are they?
Are they happy about leaving or sad?
Yeah, are they happy about leaving? They are carbs.
Which they're leaving to be consumed. It's not a fun thing.
Check in with your local carb salesman.
Yeah.
He'll put you straight.
Oh, man.
Well, let's just wrap this up and get out of here. We'll give it a shot next time.
Ooh, I like that, Ken.
It's where it goes. Where does it go?
He said, where does it go?
Test. Are we there yet?
It goes to E. To F.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear your mic now.
And what's the music?
Back to C.
C. And,
Oh, I can.
You're gonna have to very sort of like leaving wherever. Croydon.
Bring that back in, Spong, motherfucker.
Oh, just it's kind of. I didn't want to clutter the path.
Bring it fucking in, Spong. Stop fucking with me.
Hey, I was waiting. I was giving Unit E some space here, man, so he can hear what's going on.
We're playing nice and low. I mean, shit. We'll know if it sounds right.
Right, so I got C going to E, going to F, back to C. Okay. Needs to go somewhere, doesn't it?
No, that's beautiful. It goes somewhere if it goes somewhere.
If it goes...
Don't force it, but this is nice. Keep it simple, stupid.
Now it's A.
Never. He said never.
Now it's F.
F.
And back to the C.
I said, oh, this is a nice relaxed jam. Just play the freaking note. Right?
I see gets it.
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear your mic, but not the music.
Okay.
Isn't that always the way?
Right? It's either one or the other.
There you go.
Was that loud or not at all?
I can hear it. I got the volume, okay.
Yeah. Did that come in loud?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just leave it and I'll control the volume.
Okay. Test.
I'll just wait and get into a rhythm and then balance it out.
Well, if you want to bring it way down, I'll push these up to where I usually have them.
Okay, go ahead. Sweet.
That was probably gonna be my loudest.
Okay, perfect. Do it again one more time. Okay, I got you. Yep, sounds good.
Excuse you.
Pickled onions.
It's a very nice picture you got up there.
It was Uncle Jerry's world idea. He said we needed a cabin with a fireplace and snow falling. I was like, here you go. Here's your video.
Good call, Uncle.
All right, we'll do 5 more minutes and we'll call it.
Okay. Let's bring it to a very nice ending, people. I want nothing but perfection.
That by sharing what's going on in me, it maybe resonates with someone else.
Well done. I say that sorted itself out nice and proper.
I like the sound effects of the dogs.
Right.
I like how Unit E ended it with that nice little sample. That was
everything. He was like, he took over the percussions and everything. That was nice. Like,
I hope y'all sounded good on that end too.
For such a melancholy like type sound for what Unit E did.
Yeah, that's nice.
It was nice. It added a whole different contrast, and I love, and we always encourage people, hop on here with us. Your style blends with us. I'm more of a Kent guy who likes a subtle classical style. I'm teaching myself classical piano.
Steady.
Finally.
And Lamar is
Fine.
Lamar is doing his thing, you know. So
I'm just learning how to be ambient and in the background. Not everything needs a lot of bass rhythm.
And it's nice to add those effects and those upper octaves on the
Sometimes
bass.
the bass is really good, just taking the lead.
yes.
Anyway,
I like these strings I were playing. It's like this mono synth, and it just sounds so synthy. It's not even, you know, you can't really tell it's the bass.
A lot of people I don't know they could
Tell.
yeah.
This particular instrument that, well,
It's like a bass synth, yeah.
and it just puts out
It
that
takes out the
nice
attack. It's almost like
Yeah.
a bowed string.
and theatrics.
Yeah.
That's why you need a 505.
I got one under here collecting dust.
I know. It needs to go on the other side of that table.
I know you. We talked about this. I'm going to work on it.
We should work on it together.
Yes, and we will.
If not, I'm gonna trade it in for the steam pipe because I got a dream, baby.
Alrighty, that's it. Thank you everybody for joining us, and I got to use the little girl's room really bad.
I hope you guys didn't mind the highs.
Hi.
Oh, we love
Yeah,
to hear it.
hello.
It was
Hi.
just gotta get some more Unit E on stage. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody apparently is sampling us these days, so.
everyone, yeah.
Well,
we make asses.
I
out
love
of
the
ourselves.
koala sampler hooked up to the 404. That's the jam right there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
All right, tomorrow at 2, we have the Crazy Rabbit.
Me.
Don't forget, bring your questions.
Please.
Forget your pants. Leave your pants. Bring your questions.
Yes.
There you go.
Leave your pants. Bring your questions.
Yes. Thank you guys.
Peace, y'all.
And
All
we'll
right,
see you
buddy.
tomorrow.
All right. Later.
Aloha.
Au revoir.
Bye.
As they say in Poland.
Yeah.
Au revoir, Pee-wee.
Adios, motherfuckers. I don't know where they say that, but
I'm
as I said, it's
probably
somewhere. I don't know.
Wales.
Wales.
I don't know. All right. Bye, Kent. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you later.
If we do a late night in Indiana, I'll let you know. I'll message you because you're up.
I'm always up, as they say.
You shouldn't be.
I'm a walking coat hanger.
Yeah, for real.
See you later, guys.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye.